many people in the group.
So the promise of the Enlightenment was that Jews could still be Jews and be French. That was the promise, that we could all be equal in society. That turned out not to be true. And I'll give you one example of how that turned out not to be true. The Reform movement in Judaism, right, which decided to, in service of Enlightenment values and in service of being part of the community more deeply, decided to give up all kinds of traditions. They were still killed by the Nazis. I can draw a straight line. Wait a second, please. Hang on. I can draw a straight line from the charges of anti-Semitism about we killed Jesus to the Nazis. And the Enlightenment values are no different. They are, right, part of the way that anti-Semitism works is the thing that is most hateful in society is blamed on the Jews. So what's the most hateful thing in society in the Enlightenment is to be a corporate entity within the national civic ethic. And who does that more than anybody? The Jews.
I mean, you did.
I can draw a straight line from deicide. I can draw a straight line from deicide to the Nazis, and that's what y'all don't understand about anti-Semitism in European Jewish history.
You did kill Jesus, though.
Just hold over here. So there is a breakdown in your chain of reasoning, though, Caleb, because what you're doing, you're drawing a straight line from Enlightenment and its values to Nazis, which is incorrect, because Nazis and their values are not just in contrast, they're in opposition to Enlightenment values. The reason why Nazism and fascism were rejected is because Europe went through the Enlightenment revolution of ideas, and those new ideas were completely alien and got rejected by the general European.
Right, so it's not a bent jump in logic for this reason. Okay. Often, most of the time, I would say, often, free countries, free cultures, the very levers of freedom and democracy and Enlightenment values that promote all the things, the good things that we want. There's also a pitfall in that, which is the other extreme is tolerated to an extent that it can have power. And it's often the levers of Enlightenment philosophy and democracy that undo the very democracy that it aims to protect. So I disagree with you. I think the Nazis were facilitated by Enlightenment values. That's why they were able to take, because they were German. That is Enlightenment values taken to the extreme of individual citizenship.
No, they're not. Like Caleb, that's the whole thing. Like as soon as you do not have universality as part of your core values, you're not talking about Enlightenment. And the thing is, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's that the paupers. We have a society so tolerant that it tolerates things that are intolerant to itself. It gets, taken over through, hostile action from within. But once again, that's a bug. It's not a feature of the Enlightenment, and that bug was resolved in.
I don't agree with that. I think it is a feature. It's definitely a feature. Pluralism is a feature, and the way that you protect against it is not say that it's a bug and it's right. The way you say it is, yeah, we recognize the pitfall and we're going to do everything we can. It's built into the system.
Well, the reason I'm saying it is...
Andre, we just pointed out that there was a universality to the Enlightenment
concept of the tolerance. Because you can be only tolerant within the Enlightenment paradigm. Meaning, if you do not accept of universality, of, humanism and all that stuff, then you cannot be part of that game anymore. Then you explain something else. So it's like, having a chess match and a person showing up with a deck of cards. That's not, like what the game is about. So any person, and this is one of the resolutions for the Popper's, paradox, is that when we're talking about fascists, Islamists, any kind of Christian, Christian radicals who want a theocratic regime, they are excluded from this conversation, and they're not allowed the same type of rights because they
Why are the Jews excluded?
The rules of the game.
Why are the Jews excluded?
They're not excluded. You making a wrong assumption that Nazism is somehow related or relevant to Enlightenment. They're not. They're outside.
So hold on a second. Forget the Nazis for a second. Let's deal with the Enlightenment, which was where we were. Why weren't the Jews included in those universalities?
They were included. They were.
No, they were not. They weren't. They were told. No. What it was told was, give up your particularism so that you can join us. Okay, you can't join us if you stay Jewish.
That was in very particular situations. It was not like that in every single nation.
Yeah, I
And
think
it had particular requests depending on where you were. And yeah, what Andrew was saying also is it was required from everyone to adopt to a society based on reason and not on religion. That was asked from everyone. Now, what you are saying, and again, this is the reason why I asked Shai again. What was the situation of the Jews pre-Enlightenment? You guys didn't have a nation. You guys were foreigners. So in order to be part of the state, part of a secular world, it was required from you to register to become a citizen. And yeah, rightly or wrongly, you were asked to do things that were unfair to your identity. But you need to understand also the context. Like, yeah, the majority was Christians. They saw you as foreigners. They demanded from you unfair things so that they could accept you and take you in. It was not fair. It was horrible, but it was what it is. But you were integrated.
Well, the unfair thing was to stop being Jewish, right? Just like stop being Jewish in every single way, and
Just
therefore
stop looking Jewish.
No, stop being Jewish. You would have Jews would have just entirely assimilated, and at least in France, and they would have there would be zero Jews there anymore, right? Because then we would Jews would just be like semi-practicing Catholics or whatever, culturally Catholic and French statewide. And what happened in Eastern Europe was all of the Jews were pushed into the Pale of Settlement. That was the Russian and Polish solution for the Jews at the time.
Which one was
East and West. We do have to contend with the difference between East and West. That's true.
They did not. Okay, hold on. They did not have enlightenment in the East. Remember that. They never had it.
Yeah, but it was happening at the same time.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It was in response to the same. But it was in response to the same phenomenon, which is Jews are not us.
Yeah, but you have to talk within the paradigm. If you're talking outside of the paradigm, you're talking about something else, and we can discuss that. I completely agree with what Shai was saying. It was that's what was done within that society, but they never went through the Enlightenment. They never embraced any of those values already.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. I find it difficult to find a gap. Damn, it's like three things I want to respond to now. Because it's like, Jews have benefited from a universalism in an American context. If you look at
100%.
Benjamin P. Judah, the Secretary of State of the Confederacy, short-lived and barely, even less recognized than Rhodesia country. But hey, the Jews had a place. I don't know. There's probably anti-Semitic too. It's a contentious spot of a space, if that's right. But it's I think that was an aspect of the Enlightenment thinking, if anything. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that, certain things kind of look anti-Semitic, or they end up being anti-Semitic because it's Jews, it's like when Shai was but it's not a religion. Oh, it's an ethnicity. But it's a government. Oh, it's a state. It's laws. It's commandments.
Yeah, we're everything in one thing.
I bet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Judaism has given the world many different aspects that have later become directly incorporated into governments. So it's I think when people establish states and we're okay, we're individuals that belong to a state. Wait, what are they doing? They're self-governing. They have their own courts. They have their own laws. It threw people off. I'm just thinking.
So in America, you have to remember that most people talk about the Puritans and whatever, and the people that they talk about a very superficial story of America, the United States. But America was basically founded by all of the minority religions that Europe didn't want. Right, and so it was a little bit easy. Say again, Kalev.
Ding ding.
Yeah, so it was a little bit easier for America to integrate Jews and for Jews to be some, sort of high behind the scenes. And for the first couple hundred years, the Sephardic Jews that were in America really just like they didn't present outwardly as Jews. They were just like America was a place.
And they were in the South too. Mostly.
Yeah, they were everywhere because and they were just trying to. Well, they had come off of the heels of the Inquisition. They were watching what was happening in Europe with the Enlightenment, and so it was easier for them to just sort of like stay out of the fray. So yes, Judah Peter Benjamin and what's her name, Emma Lazarus, and a few other Sephardic Jews had a lot of contributions to America, but for the most part they laid low until after around World War I, when Eastern European Jews, it was before World War I when Eastern European Jews started going to America, but around that time period, and then Jews were being more openly Jewish.
Yo, can the concept of Jewishness be removed from like the concept of a state?
So, what's unique about Jews and Jewish people is that we've strived to maintain our tribal cultural practices for thousands of years, where everybody else, became universal and got rid of tribes. Even Christianity got rid of tribes. So in some ways, there is an essential national component to Jewish identity. National, not in the sense of a country, but national in the sense of tribe and citizenship and belonging in a group. So in some ways, it's hard to separate that. The promise of the Enlightenment was that if you get rid of your Judaism, you would be safe, right? That turned out not to be true, right? For different periods of time. Even those Jews that gave up their Jewish national identity were still not safe.
But they were not persecuted by the Enlightenment and enlightened nations or countries or whatever it is. It's incorrect to see Nazism as part of the Enlightenment as it is to see the Inquisition as part of the Enlightenment. Those things are in opposition to the values of the Enlightenment. What
I'm saying, Andre, is that the condition of the Jews remained the same pre-Enlightenment, post-Enlightenment, and in the Nazi era, right? And this is a feature of anti-Semitism, which says that the most hateful thing that the majority culture says is blamed on the Jews. That's why Jews can be communists and capitalists. That's why Jews can be the scum of the earth and the secret cabal that runs everything.
It all depends on the time period and country, because I don't really have time right now because I'm like driving around and doing work shit. But I can find you the specific examples of the enlightened countries, enlightened monarchies, or enlightened states where Jews were perfectly fine. They were welcome. They were just they were just citizens of that.
They were never citizens. Never citizens. That's the point.
In Italy.
Never citizens. Never citizens until emancipation. Until emancipation.
That was in Italy. That was the case. Not only, from what I understand, Jews were able to claim the highest religious office of the land for Christianity. So just to say,
that doesn't mean that they're citizens. Wait a second. That doesn't mean that they're citizens. That's a special status that Jews were not afforded.
A pope is not a citizen? What are you talking about?
Jews were not citizens.
He was Jewish, okay? If he's Jew... So here's where it becomes a disconnect.
I think you have a misunderstanding.
No. Well, this is where the disconnect is. When you were saying, here is the promise. The promise was that if you give up your Jewishness, you're going to be safe. And that promise was broken because even if you gave up your Jewishness, you were not safe. Well, that does not seem to be the case because...
give me an example.
I just gave you one. That person...
That a Jew became the Pope?
Yes.
Wait, who's on?
Because he became Catholic, you moron.
Who are you talking about?
Caleb, this is now
he gave up his Jewishness, dum-dum.
You kind of missed the point. The
Well,
very
then please rephrase the point.
no, Caleb. The very premise that you give, right? You give your Jewishness up, meaning religious aspect of it. The person.
No,
Caleb,
it's not just the religious aspect. You're missing the point. It's not just the.
let him finish
No.
his point and then you can answer.
He's misrepresenting my argument.
Okay, he might be misrepresenting, but let him finish his misrepresentation
So-
and then you correct it.
Yeah, so this is where it becomes a very kind of semantic focused Mott and Bailey game. So when we're talking about Jewishness, right, and you're saying give up your Jewishness, you cannot really give up your physical vessel, right? Just because you give up your religion, right, you still have the same ancestry. That was never asked from the Jews. When you
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
how can
Yes,
you
it
give up
was.
your vessel? So
Yes, it was.
that's nonsensical. That's
I'll tell you how it works. No, I'll tell you how it's supposed to work. The move was the attempt was to get rid of the Jews. It was always a question of the Jewish question in Europe. And when you get rid of the body politic of Jewish observance, people don't get circumcised anymore. Right? They don't work on Saturdays. They do all of these things. In 2 generations, in 2 generations and 3 generations, they have lost their Jewish bodies. They have lost their Jewish identities, even according to us. No, here's the point, Andre. Wait a second. No, I'm sorry, Andre. I have to finish this. I'm sorry.
Okay, Caleb,
You don't get to say, I'm sorry, Andre. You don't get to define how Jewish identity works.
I don't think he is defining how Jewish identity works. I think you guys are having a conversation here. Andrew was making a claim, you interrupted him, and now you're not allowing him to chime in either.
He's trying to tell me how Jewishness works.
Hold on.
He's trying to tell me how Jewishness works. I'm sorry. Andre from the former Soviet Union doesn't know how Judaism works. I'm sorry. No, you don't. No, you don't, Andre. I'm very sorry. You do not.
I don't think he's trying
No, you do not.
Hey, I don't think he's trying to tell you how Jewishness works. We're talking.
Yes, he is. He absolutely
You're
is.
allowed to have an opinion, for fuck's sakes. Wow.
Oh my God, Bibi,
we are talking here about history, and
you should be on my side in the history here.
We're both
I'm on your side, bro, but let him speak.
We're both
He's being so anti-Semitic.
We're all trying to understand. We're all trying to understand here how it affected the different communities. Okay, so nobody is making any assertions. He's challenging your point, which is not the same as telling you how to be a Jew. So don't take it personal.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
need
that's...
to be, you don't need to become emotional, Clive. You know this.
That's fine. I don't think that is what is happening. Okay, what I think is happening is he's trying to tell me about how Jewish identity functions. And here I am, a Jew my whole life. Andre, I don't know if you're Jewish or not, so forgive me. Here I am, Jew my whole life, a professional Jew, right? Somebody who serves the Jewish community. And this person is trying to tell me about my history and about the ways that my community functions, both historically and contemporarily. I'm sorry, he's out of his depth. And when people think that, right, the move of the anti-Semite, Andre, is always to think they know more about Judaism than the Jews.
Caleb, you don't need to go to that extent. You can easily explain to him how he's wrong or try to clarify to him. He is trying to challenge you with his own understanding of the facts. So it doesn't mean that he is doing it because he wants to diminish you. It means that he is engaging in a conversation with you. So far, I have known Andre in 5 years. He always engages in conversations in a very honest way. So I don't think it's fair that you categorize him like that. But I believe that we can go back to a conversation. And you don't need to get that emotional. Nobody is attacking you. We are all friends here.
Man, I feel like it's justified, but whatever.
So so Andre, I agree with Kalev. Like people who are not Jewish seem to believe that Jews just have like this Jewish ethnicity, this Jewish blood, and that won't go away. But Judaism itself like says that eventually the Jewishness will disappear. It will be like as if it evaporates from the Jews when they are too assimilated into society.
You think we think
So,
that?
so,
about Jews?
so this is insane.
No.
Let me clarify something. This is the problem with identitarians, right? This is the last resort argument. Because somehow, in Caleb's view, his very identity, his physical lineage, gives him some sort of insight, some sort of metaphysical ground.
My tribal belonging gives me the insight.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I listen to your idiocracy. Now my turn. So you think somehow you're very...
It's my belonging in the group that gives me the insight. You're not a part of the group.
Caleb,
You don't have the insight.
Listen,
You
it's your
can't.
turn to-
You can't continue. So.
Oh well, he left.
Yeah,
It
he
doesn't
just
matter.
cannot contain himself. Yeah, whatever. So, and this is the problem with all the woke inspired movements, that when people think that they're physical vessel, the fact that they have some sort of heritage or location or like identity that they identify themselves with gives them some kind of epistemic insight into the questions that they speak about. And that's complete, it's madness. That's some kind of weird dualism that tells you that there's a soul that has some sort of intrinsic intellectual, metaphysical, and epistemic insight in whatever it is the person identifies themselves with.
Andre?
Identity is something.
Hold on.
Identity,
April.
no, Bibi, just, I'm almost done.
I know, I just have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, identity is something that a person not only can bestow onto themselves, but they have to constantly, have a conversation with everybody outside of their identity to confirm that those people also identify that person as such. And this is where it becomes very, very picky and touchy-feely topic, because something that you are physically cannot just dissolve. It cannot just dissolve. Just because a person doesn't practice, some sort of Slavic rituals, they don't cease to have the same heritage. Their people came from that same region. Just because a person is converted to Christianity, they don't stop being Jewish, because all of their ancestry is from that region, all their genetics is from that region. And this is the weird confusion to me when people equate genetics with something that is outside of that into metaphysical realm.
Are you basically saying you can't undo yourself, right?
Oh, no.
Okay, I'm going to ask you something.
Is that what you- is it-
Please, no. Don't
No, I want to
eat
ask
on the
Andre,
mic.
though.
Oh, no. Don't eat
What?
on the mic, because I'm going to mute you.
I'm not eating.
No, I can hear your moist noises.
I'm not eating. I have a cold.
I'm sorry, get that.
Fuck, bro. Is everybody sensitive today in here?
Yes, I cannot hear two moist noises. And you were eating. You were.
I'm not eating, for fuck's sake.
He's not eating.
Okay, what am I wearing? You can see it too?
Isa, he's not eating. Bibi,
We're in an Israeli flag.
Fuck.
when you say undo yourself, what do you even mean by that?
No, because when I jumped into the conversation, somebody was saying, I think Caleb was saying that you can leave the fold. I don't believe you can.
I agree. I don't think. The thing is, what you physically are, you cannot, and whatever that identity is, you cannot, just separate those two things just out of whim.
100%.
No, but
I agree with that, but somebody was agreeing and saying that you can undo yourself. I don't think it's possible.
no,
I identify Shy as black and a Jew. I wonder what his thoughts are on.
why I was the one making the statement before. So it's not just that I agree, it's that also like the rabbis agree, right? The Talmud actually talks about this. The rabbis have written about people, not the individual undoing themselves, but eventually assimilating so much that the Jewishness evaporates out of the space. So we were talking about enlightenment. We were talking about Jewish absorption into European society, and effectively what that would have entailed if Jews were fully accepted into like French or Russian or whatever sort of cultures. There would be people who have some Jewish ancestry, but they would just be eventually practicing
but
socially
they would still be Jews though.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Hitler, even
100% they would.
Like Hitler didn't care whether or not you were a practicing Jew. He just wanted to know if any one of your grandparents were of Jewish lineage.
And he didn't even care if it was on your father's side. He still smoked you.
Yeah, he didn't care.
But that's not what is happening here. There's still people.
No, but it's not true, bro. You could believe me. I know well about this. You could go in, be raised as a Catholic. Your mother's a Jew. You're a Jew. You raised as a Catholic. You do all Christian shit, Christmas, this and that. And 20, 30 years later, you wrap tefillin at a shul.
Yeah, but it's
back in
not
the
the
fold.
same
No,
generation.
it is. You're a
What
Jew.
about transgenerational?
But you see, baby, that's not what
You
we're
can't
talking
undo
about.
yourself.
That's not what we're talking about here, right? You live in America where 70% of American Jews are intermarried, right? But we also have Kiruv, we have Chabad. If the Enlightenment had planned out the way that people sort of wanted it to, Jews wouldn't have that. That wouldn't exist.
Yeah, but let's look at the facts. So Chabad's actually, if it's not that they push for inter religious marriages, like that you can marry whoever you want, but they're not really against it. They allow anybody to come.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, but they're the ones that are dealing with the people that have left Judaism that are coming back, and they're like, no, you're a Jew.
In the world that we're talking about, if the Enlightenment had worked as planned out, then the Jews that were in France and Germany wouldn't have that, right? They wouldn't have Kiruv.
So you're telling me the Jews that were in Nazi Germany that converted to Christianity, they're no longer Jews?
You aren't understanding.
No, I just asked you a question. Maybe I'm not. That's why I'm asking you a question.
You aren't understanding what I'm saying.
That's why I'm asking you a question. Okay. So the Jews that were in Nazi Germany that tried to convert to Christianity, are they no longer Jews?
Yeah, the individuals that converted were still Jews. Their grandchildren were not still Jews. Their grandchildren are still Jews. So Pepe.
Well, why?
This is Pepe.
No, but why would their grandchildren not be Jews?
Because they married out. They intermarried.
No, we would still consider you like
you're still
even
a
us
fucking
Christians.
Jew. You got Jewish blood going through you.
Yeah, even us that are not Jewish would still consider those grandchildren. I'm just telling you how we would categorize you guys despite whether or not really. If you convert to Christianity and let's say both parents were Jewish or even the mother was Jewish, but then they had a kid that was let's just say baptized, was Catholic their whole life. We still put you in the ethnically Jew box. Now,
Pepe,
you would have to mix it out.
Mm-hmm. So Pepe, that only works under a couple of conditions. One, when you track conversions, right, and that's how Hitler actually found out who had Jewish ancestry and who didn't. He used the Catholic Church and church records and conversion records to find out who and when whatever people converted. So Hitler effectively created his own definition of what a Jew was, right? He saw it as a totally biological trait that could never be redeemed, and whatever person he found that has some Jewish ancestry by way of tracking it, however he could track it, that was a Jew, and they needed to be exterminated. According to Judaism, according to Jewish law, many of those people have Jewish ancestry, but most of them were not actually.
No, I know there's a difference between halakha
were not
and
considered
Jewish.
Jews.
No, I understand that there's the difference between how Hitler would classify you, and how Jews classify themselves. But I mean, it's you could say that they lost their identity, but they didn't lose who they were, who their ancestors are, or their genes that were passed down to them. So we would, just like how you cannot, like Isa, despite if she would have grown up in Switzerland, undoubtedly people are still going to ask, oh, where are your parents from? Because she's not, they can tell she's just not one of them. But that's basically what I'm saying.
So Shai, this is why I'm calling this a dualism in a very weird form of it, because not only then your soul has Jewishness about it prior to birth, right? Because those two things have to be separate, because if you can lose your Jewishness while remaining in the same physical vessel, but your soul can actually lose that very quality, that feature, if it doesn't physically practice the laws and obligatory rituals. I mean, it's just such a bizarre and incoherent system to me, at least, that I don't understand even how can you operate.
System. This is the Jewish system. That's how it works.
But that's the whole thing, and this is why it's really difficult then for you to talk about enlightenment, because enlightenment says reason is everything. If you cannot reason through your argument, you have a bad argument. Go back and rework it. That humans are universally have the same qualities and features regardless of their background, geographical background. That's another feature. If you don't accept those, then you're not talking about enlightenment, okay? And you cannot operate them just the same way as you telling me it's our system. If you're not taking the premises that I'm giving to you, if you think they are incoherent, you cannot be talking within that system.
I think what Caleb was just saying is that the promises of enlightenment, universality, all humans being created equal, like Jews were just left out of that.
It's not that they were left out of it, it's that they were impacted probably more visibly because of how visibly it was that they were Jewish. So in order to be integrated, they had to probably sacrifice, not probably, for sure they had to sacrifice more things. And because also their culture was different than Christianity, even if compatible in certain ways, like the customs, the culture, like for example, Shabbats, and we had the Sundays and certain other things that were kind of like contradictory to their Jewishness. And so they had to leave that behind in order to adapt to the rest of the world.
Well, that's the problem. Like, people talk about like the physical vessel of the Jew, but when Jews, yes, there are people who are just Jewish, right? But what maintains the collective identity of what maintains Jews is part of the collective identity, which is something that they would have had to give up. People wouldn't have had to give up like we have some Jewish ancestry, blah blah blah, from whatever. But eventually, that's all it would have been. Like Lisa has like what 0.5 of like some Jewish
ancestry. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, probably I have Jewish people 7 generations ago. Bibi, does that mean that I'm still Jewish? I don't think so.
No, but you can mix it out. Like if people, let's say, like in Spain, those conversos were.
Yeah, my family is a converso.
Yeah, I know. But let's just say there were, some of them were crypto Jews. They were secretly holding on to Judaism.
So you're telling me, Issa, if you had 5 generations ago...
Oh my God, I couldn't even finish.
Yeah, well, she said Bibi, right? And then you jumped in.
No, she interrupted me when I was talking.
Yeah, I know. So I'm interrupting you too to answer her.
I interrupted Shai. You interrupted me, and Bibi interrupted you. This is what we don't do.
So we do. This is kitty committee, bro.
I said converso, and then you jumped in and said, "Oh, that's my."
My question to your answer, I answer to your question, Issa, if it's 5 generations and it passed along the mother line, you're still a Jew, yes, in my opinion.
So, but obviously, if you would have had those conversos, let's just say they totally bought into it and totally dropped, none of them were crypto Jews, they would have inevitably ended up just like no longer marrying each other. They would basically breed out their whatever ethnic lineage they had, and they would no longer be. But nobody's saying that wouldn't be the case.
Well, that's what people are trying to say. That's what Andre is saying, that the Jewish vessel will still be there. But the reality of it is, and Caleb said, after 3 generations, even Judaism says that even if you are halakhically Jewish, that you may not actually be Jewish, right? The rabbis have conversations about that, the way the law is established. So more so would it be 15 generations and somebody have like a speck of existence left in them, right? And we're talking about this was before DNA tests were available to tell people that they have like 2% ancestry of Jews.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, I think it's laughable if somebody has like 5% Jewish DNA and they somehow think like, oh my God, I'm one of them. It's obviously not the case. Just like, Elizabeth Warren's not a fucking Native American. People laughed at her for that.
Cat balls.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, like,
What's up?
going back to
I thought you had something to say.
What?
No, just that the halakhic, at least the halakhic definition is very context dependent, right? Like, so really for the purposes of anything halakhic, it's almost a moot question. If you look at someone wants to potentially emigrate to Israel or make aliyah, it's a looser definition, but that's really the only time that definition matters in any consequential sense, right? Like, if you want to go into a synagogue and you're like, well, on my dad's side, depending on what synagogue, obviously, and even some reform wouldn't allow you to do certain rites, right? But if you're like, oh, well, they married, somebody who is not Jewish, a woman, and I'm like 2 generations removed, yeah, you're probably going to be rebuffed at your insistence that you be allowed to participate in certain religious rituals, depending on the shul. Like, if you're going into a traditional shul, you wouldn't be counted as part of a minyan. You would not be allowed to get an aliyah to the Torah. You would not, there's a lot you wouldn't be allowed to do, but that's really the only context in which that matters, right? Like marriage too, obviously, in certain circles, but
Yeah, but if your father was the only Jew and your mother wasn't a Jew, doesn't matter how many generations, you wouldn't be able to do a minyan. So that's
true.
Yeah.
Depending on, it depends on what shul you go into.
Nah, that's fucking Mickey Mouse bullshit. Sure.
Yeah, I agree with you on that 100%, but I'm just saying, for the sake of intellectual rigor, if you were to go into, say, a Reconstructions or Reform shul, they probably wouldn't have issue with it, but my shul or any other shul I would go to, you're not being counted.
But,
sure.
So I would like to make something clear about the.
They won't even do a minyan with 10 converts. You guys know that, right?
May I point something else out?
Oh,
Just really quickly, Shay. Just really quickly.
Okay.
Here's another problem with that type of reasoning and with Caleb's argument. When you say, if you can lose your Jewishness by converting into a different religion or a different paradigm, you stop you stop being Jewish essentially. You cannot use those people in your argument to say it was all of a sudden unsafe for them because they ceased to be Jewish. When you say it's not safe for Jews, even under Nazi regime, well, excuse me, by your definition, you excluded those people already from the definition of what Jew is. So you cannot use them to argue that it was not safe for Jews.
Wait,
Because for you, by your definition, they're not Jewish anymore.
No, that's the rabbinical definition. That's not my definition.
Sir, I know. Listen, I'm not critiquing you. I'm critiquing what Caleb was saying. He was basically trying to sit on both chairs with the same butt, and it was not working.
Well, I guess if you're using the argument that they weren't safe, you're talking about during the Nazi regime.
Nazi
right?
regime, then.
But again, those are two very different. They're starting from two very different points, right? So the Nazi regime was starting from a blood quantum, blood quantum, right? So here, look, if you were an ethnic German, let's say you were born as a German and you had converted before the Nazi regime and lived during that period as a Jew, you would have been killed. Right? Irregardless of if you were an ethnic German, which you were or are, in this case. So the starting point for the Nazi regime was completely different from the halakhic rabbinical definition. They're two completely different. They have two different motivations, right? But you can't compare them, and you can't say one is really more open to. They're hermetic. They're kind of hermetically their own thing, right?
They're mutually exclusive.
Excuse me. First of all, the Europeans or Russians. The Germans, the Nazis, whoever they have their own definition. I'm gonna mute you, cat balls, because I'm getting feedback here. Them creating their own definition of a Jew is not what a Jew is, right? So yes, in Hitler's world, in the Nazi world, in probably a lot of Europeans' world, the Jews are whatever they think Jews are. But Jews also have their own definition of what a Jew is. And what Andre is saying is that we are using our sort of scientific imperialistic definition of what a Jew is, and we test these measures to say what we believe a Jew is because we have some way to create some data about it. That's not necessarily what or how a Jew plays out in the universe of Jews, right? Those are two different universes.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a metaphysical definition.
But then,
Sure.
but then you cannot use those two different. Yeah, but then you cannot use both definitions simultaneously, parallel to each other. And mean
Why not? Hitler actually did.
Even if even if
Andre,
you're denying one of them, you cannot do.
Andre, Issa, can I get the beans so I can bring everybody up? This is
No,
okay. The same boring fucking conversation.
it doesn't matter.
Start sending invites.
But Andre, where are both definitions?
Alpha,
used?
Buttercup, we
They
got
don't want to come
Layla.
up. Leave it alone.
Send invites.
Stop.
Send an invite to everybody.
Fuck are you, bro?
Fuck
You coming to me want to like dictate how it's run?
BB, shut your fucking game mouth.
Fuck you,
Tranny kisser.
fucking bitch.
But Andre, where are both definitions used?
That's what I was
So, the both definitions were used in Caleb's argument interchangeably, even though they were in opposition to each other, as if they were one and the same thing. You cannot do that. You have
Right. No, I would agree. No, I agree. Yeah, that's. I don't know why you would argue
They are
that.
used in opposition to each other. That's the problem. Like the halakhic definition and the sort of like secularized genetic definition are used in even in Judaism in contrast with, I mean, not in contrast, but like in parallel with each other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, really, only in the case of Aliyah does the one
No,
definition.
you have to stop saying in Aliyah. This is ridiculous because also like the entire Jewish world, like halakha itself, right, has the definition of Zer Israel. So we consider.
Yeah, but they're not considered.
No, they are considered.
Halakhically
No,
Jewish.
Zer Israel is a halakhic status. That's what. No, it is. It's a halakhic status. They may not be counted for a minyan, but it's definitely a halakhic status. And also, do you know why the Reform movement has?
Well, okay, let me ask you this: would somebody whose mother was Jewish be allowed to marry somebody under, let's say, Orthodox rabbinut, who is Zera
No,
Yisrael?
you're talking about Orthodox rabbinut, but you have this is not the rabbinut is its own entity.
Right.
But they don't actually even follow halakha because and I'll give you other examples as to why, but let's stick with the point. The rabbinut in itself, let's start with the Reform movement because you brought up the Reform movement. The Reform movement has this position that if you are considered a Jew if your mother is Jewish or your father is Jewish.
Correct.
And you are raised Jewish. They will not consider you Jewish if your mother is Jewish and you were not, and you were raised Catholic or something else. They would consider you. They would have you do a conversion with them. Why? Because that's actually what the Talmud says. It's in the Talmud that a person who's not raised Jewish is not really is considered outside of the fold. And then they created a category called Tinuk Shenishba, right? And the Tinuk Shenishba is a child who was just raised wrong, who was Jewish. So that sort of allows this blurry line between a person who was not properly raised Jewish and a person who might actually be kicked out of Judaism. So that's why the Reform movement holds what it holds, because it is within the realm of halakha.
Yeah, but functionally speaking, outside of, let's say, like the Orthodox and some conservative, like, it doesn't have much impact, right? Like, in my shul, which is conservative, if you're Zera Yisrael, you can't be counted for a minyan. It's a little more traditional, but that's because it follows more, like, it tacks more toward, like, a traditional conservative Orthodox, and even like most of the Orthodox schools I've been in, they would never count somebody who was just Zer Yisrael as part of a minyan, because you've neither gone through, even if you had been raised, if you hadn't gone through, the proper gerut, and you hadn't, had hatafat brit in the case of a boy, you weren't considered to be, luckily Jewish, so you wouldn't be counted, right? But for the Reform movement, sure.
You are basing your understanding of this based off of modern constructs, right?
What else do we have to go on other than what's the practice? Well, there is the consideration of the letter of the law and then actually the practice. So yes, these definitions do exist in the Talmud. I'm not denying it. I know that they're there. Yes. However,
they were practiced
functionally.
Time also. They were practiced
practically speaking today, which is what matters, right? We're not living a long time ago when that may have been different, and we're not living in a future period where it could be different. I'm not saying it won't change, but what I'm saying is functionally right now, 2025, late, mid-December, that's not the case.
Yeah, but you aren't really understanding. So, the Reform movement is the largest body of Jews in America, right?
Yeah, but if we want to talk about movements that are on the way out, demographically,
they are the majority demographically.
Yeah, they're also the oldest demographically. But did you know that their average congregant age is something insane, 65? Oh, yeah. Whereas if you they're dying. I'm sorry to say this, but Reform conservatives will die.
That has nothing to do with that. You know what? Those demographics have nothing to do with how.
Well, demographics are destiny.
They have nothing to do with the majority of practices. Or whatever. They have nothing to do with anything in this conversation. Actually, because what we're talking about is what is within the realm of Jewish possibility, and what they do, what they have practiced was in the realm of Jewish possibility, because it is written in the Talmud itself. Now, you have to also remember that Orthodox Judaism is actually also a reform to Judaism, right? So the reform,
to some extent, yes.
The Reform movement grew out of the Enlightenment. Why? Because quote unquote traditional Jews decided that when Europe was enlightening, that if they didn't enlighten, they would have been left behind. So they started to enlighten. And then what happened? The Eastern European Jews in Poland and Hungary and and Lithuania, they decided to go the opposite way. They wanted to react against the people who were quote unquote reforming and modernizing.
Reform was late 19th. That was Walter Jacobs.
No, you're talking about the modern movements. Those are.
Reform, right? Reform as we know it to have come from the Pittsburgh Convention, which came from Walter Jacobs.
That's the American form of Reform Judaism.
Yeah, which outside of America, there's not much representation of reform. There really isn't. Statistically significant, right?
We're talking about the Enlightenment period still. We're still talking about
the Haskalah. The Haskalah, right?
The Haskalah was the Jewish Enlightenment.
Correct. But the Haskalah is the Reform movement having grown out of it. If you're talking about Walter Jacobs, that's late 19th century, early 20th. 18th, 19th century follows the Enlightenment.
Within the same period of the Enlightenment.
Right.
So there was a Rabbi Neftali Weissel who was in Amsterdam. He was I think it was a German or Polish Jew. He was living in Amsterdam at the time when the Enlightenment was happening, and he wrote a book that actually I'm need to buy in Hebrew. It was a 300-page book in Hebrew. It was a letter to the rabbis throughout Europe, telling them that if the Jews don't update and modernize and start learning philosophy and academics and whatever the other Europeans were doing, then the Jews would be left behind. So some percentage of the Jews in Western Europe decided to start doing that. They started going to universities.
So you did it to yourself. Stop blaming the Christians.
Well, it was part. We aren't blaming the Christians for the Haskalah. Where the issue of blaming the Christians was that even when the Jews tried to assimilate and normalize like all of the other people in Europe were doing, they were still left out. They were still like the only group basically left out of the process, because in order to be fully accepted,
Are we talking about when all the Jews owned all the banks and charged high interest rate and almost crippled the German economy?
No, we're not talking about that.
Oh.
Then if we to give up that essentialism, as Kalev said, then that would have just basically have been the end of the Jews, right? Because that little bit of essentialism, because the Reform movement in Germany or in Europe, they changed the day of rest to Sunday. They started speaking in German and French in the synagogue instead of like Yiddish and whatever else they were speaking. They started. They became as close to citizens as possible, but they just weren't allowed to fully become citizens without giving up the synagogue, without giving up their Jewish identity, Jewish collective, whatever. That was the issue.
Well, I think all of this is interesting. And in the end, I mean, like, all the groups have gone through their ups and downs and reformations and fucked up and suffering and whatever it is, you know. And, well, what I see today is that there is a trend, you know, to ironically going back to orthodoxy, not only in Christianity, but also in Judaism. I think that there is a trend of people going back to like the original roots and try to I don't know, to claim the purity or the pure philosophy. And ironically also, that is after all the adaptation, it is very compatible with secularism.
Hey Sam, I have a question. Buttercup was wanting to know if the blacks were able to take back the N-word and reclaim it. Are the Jews able to take back and reclaim the word kike?
We're not talking about that, Vivian, and I'm gonna tell you again. Like you're disrupting a lot. We want to have a good conversation.
I was just asking Sam a question. He's
so
black
you need
and
to read
Jewish.
the room, for fuck's sake.
He's black and Jewish. He'd be the perfect person.
Anyway.
Hey, go ahead.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
Oh, Reformation, Jews are bad, Christians are good.
About orthodoxy, I think. So the trend is going back to orthodoxy, right?
Yeah, demographically
ironically,
in
it is
America.
very compatible with secularism.
Yeah.
You know, like Jews are reclaiming, I mean, the word of the day, reclaiming their Jewishness, and the Christians are reclaiming their Christianity. Will these ever become again like a very strong clash? And will there, I don't know.
You're seeing a clash. Or like there's even like I don't have a problem with Jews or Israel, but it is. I do think that there is a battle for who can have the most influence, who can prioritize, you know, who. And we're definitely in competition with Jews when it comes to that. And I think that it's not. I think that whenever there's two groups, you know, that's going to happen. I don't think we can ever. When you have two groups of people that are different, you can't change the fact that there are differences.
Yeah, but they are compatible under the secular world. The ones that actually are not compatible are the Muslims.
Well, Pepe, what are we competing over?
Oh, influence, you know, whether it's politically in the media.
The heartstrings of America.
Competing for it, dude.
I mean, these are like sort of ill-defined concepts. I would say, you know, like influence. What do you mean in politics?
The heartstrings of people
Yes.
around the world.
Like, but I would say whether it's with social media influencers, the media, whether it's traditional legacy media, social media sites.
How are the Jews competing for that?
So far as I understand.
Oh, I can tell you.
Like, I think that this like positing of opposites here is detrimental. I think, and will be to America. And I think, like, look, as a Jewish person, I don't see conflict with Christians. I've lived among Christians my entire life here in America. I lived next to a beautiful Catholic family of 6 kids, wonderful family. Fucking love them, miss them. They're great people. Like, I don't see within my worldview an America in which I can't exist side by side with Christians.
Wait,
There is really,
2025?
like, if you want to look to the future, the one thing that I do see as a threat, and I think that a lot of people are completely asleep on, is Islamicism, or if you want to call it political Islam in America. And I think people who posit that there is this, oh my God, there's this conflict between Christians and Jews in America, are completely missing the, I don't call it a threat, call it like whatever you will, but the subversion of American culture, which would be meritocracy, right? Which would be the belief that America is an exceptional nation among all nations of the world in all of history. It is exceptional because of its unique ability to take people from different parts of the world and integrate them into one fabric. But you might hate that, that's fine, but that is America. I mean, it's fucking on the, look at the fucking base of the Statue of Liberty, it's written right there. But if you do not integrate, that is a problem. And I see that it's exactly what has happened in Europe is coming here. And if we continue to go along this polemic of Christian versus Jew, great, you're going to end up with a situation like Europe. Congratulations, because Pepe, I just don't see it, man. I live around all Christians. What's the problem?
I don't think it's like on it.
You know, like,
But when you see the internal fighting on the right, it is largely it's people. A lot of them are Jews that are fighting for more or less to prioritize. I guess you could say supporting Israel. Whereas a good chunk of us is not. We're just like, God damn it, guys! Why are you doing this? Like, we don't hate Israel, but if you guys are going to constantly trying to fucking center yourself and hijack our fucking, our political causes, like we almost are going to be forced to just say, like, get you and your fucking Zionist bullshit.
I'm around college kids all the fucking time, and I get to assure you that a couple years ago, that a couple years ago, kids were not sitting there talking about Hitler and the Holocaust and fuck the Jews and a bunch of kikes and all this kind of shit. But that's all I fucking hear from them. Non-stop, constantly. It's fucking, oh, I love fucking Hitler and these fucking dirty kikes and a bunch of Jews. And, it's just non-stop. So, like, the idea that you think that people are just running around like, oh, yeah, my nice Jewish neighbor. But then they're going in and closing the door and they're like, yeah, I fucking hate those people. I'm just saying.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't matter.
What was your gay question you had, Sam?
I don't care whether they like each other and they're compatible, as in like food or prayer.
No, like they want to kill, kill
I don't
Jews.
care about that. I'm talking about principles
under
and
25.
values at a macro level. It's Christians and Jews are more compatible. So
Mostly TikTok.
Oh my God, you're gonna keep interrupting me. You're getting.
I was trying to say something and you interrupted me.
My fucking period, and you're gonna get out of this room.
Oh my God,
Continue
you
like
interrupted me.
Okay, shut up. So.
Muhammad was right.
Yeah, at a macro level, catballs, I think you're right. Like, just the fact that we have gone through secularization and through enlightenment makes us more compatible. Individual rights, freedom of speech, Greek philosophy, Roman law, all of these kind of values are more important than at a micro level. I don't care if a Jew hates a Christian or vice versa, because they cannot stand, their haircut or their hats, I don't care about that. The important values is the macro level, the framework of society.
But I would say
now, what were you asking, Sam, before Issa would live?
Oh, God damn it.
Oh my God! I was gonna say I think I kind of agree with Pepe, and catballs. I don't know who these Christians are that you are around.
And said, "Hey, Rich, do you?" And then
give me a second, Rich.
Yeah, you could just ask it. Go ahead.
Give me a second.
I'm waiting.
How
1
dare
second.
you, Shy?
Yeah, thanks. So, I moved into the audience. You can bring it back
How
up.
dare you boxing me with Jasmine? That's actually funny.
So yeah. So I think I agree with Pepe. Like, I don't know who Cat Balls is hanging out around, but America did have a strong Christian nationalist identity in the 50s and 60s, and even a friend of mine who grew up in like New Jersey said like his house his father's pharmacy was vandalized and they wrote kike on the door or spray paint kike on the door and a swastika. And I think that there is a strong far right wing group of Christian nationalists in America that are also turning towards this, and there will be a maybe lighter group of Christian non-nationalists who also have some like dissatisfaction with Jews. I don't know how bad it'll get, but I can see it in the media, right? I can see it in the groups of people, in the Christians, some of the Christian commentators that I follow, and how they feel about Israel and Jews in America, and how they feel that some of the Jews in America are not integrating. And while they aren't talking about the vast majority of Jews, they are talking about like institutions run by those Jews, like what's his name, Jonathan Greenblatt, the ADL, and various other things.
All right, your question.
I would say that. Oh God,
Sam
damn it,
said he was
dude.
going to ask the question again. Can you ask it in a non-lispy way? A non-lispy gay way?
I just said I agree with Pepe. I was going to ask a question.
You should read John Ganz's book, When the Clock Broke, because it talks specifically about people like George Rockwell, if you want to talk about that period of like the 30s, 40s, and then it goes into the 90s, which was really important to understand today. If you talk about Pat Buchanan, Rush Limbaugh, David Duke, the success David Duke had as, you know, getting put onto the Louisiana legislature, getting put into the Louisiana House of Reps. There's a lot of parallels between now and the 90s, and what happened and what is different now is social media, and you can't look away or discount that maybe a lot of what you're seeing, hearing, and what a lot of kids are unfortunately being inculcated with is propaganda. I mean, look, we had that also in the 50s.
But we also were propagandized as Americans ourselves, and I'll explain. You know, there was a break that you have what you call the new right, which became the neocons.
Sure, and the paleo conservatives, right?
Yes, and the paleo conservatives going into the 90s, there weren't many of them left. You had Pat Buchanan, Tom Francis. You did have a group of people, and I'm probably more similar to the paleocons. I'm definitely not a neocon.
Mm-hmm.
They did have a much different view of Jews and Israel. Now, you had the evangelical Christian movement, of course, which really, without them, I don't think we would have been nearly as supportive of Israel. But
Pat Robertson,
and
Haig,
but then you have to also look at the media at the time, which, if you were to look at the 1970s, that was like peak Jewish leadership and ownership of the media, including like the New York Times, Newsweek. There was a lot of, I guess you could say, a lot of things which I would say is propaganda. The whole term, the melting pot, A Nation of Immigrants, a book ghostwritten by the ADL in John F. Kennedy's name. There's a lot of things where, understandably, Jews wanted to kind of make sure they were not left out, or, you know, nothing happened to them like what has happened to them in the past in Europe. But I think now it's kind of like you don't have the control over the dissemination of information like you used to have, you know, throughout the 60s up until, you know, the 2000s. Now it's like more people are getting their shit online. And
so let me ask you a question. Do you believe support for Israel has been universal and let's call it uniform since the founding of Israel in 1948 from the United States?
No, we've had, even America was not. It was Israel
for the longest time. It was actually the opposite.
No, I agree.
Even through the 70s. I mean, look, like, and this is the problem where this kind of argumentation runs aground is, like, yes, there have been Jews involved in the media. I mean, yeah, okay, there have been non-Jews involved in the media, but like this idea that somehow there's only ever been an interest in and what's good for Israel is just bizarre in a way. Why? Because if we look at even say something like the invasion of Iraq, right? Like, or we talk about like after 9/11, Israel was telling the U.S. do not go into Iraq. Like it was pretty clear.
That's
Israel was saying,
No, I'm aware of that.
do not go into Iraq. Do not do it. You are going to go down a road, and there were a lot of fucking warnings from the Israeli government to the U.S. Do not do this, and it was ignored. So if those neocons have so much power, those Jewish neocons had so much fucking power.
No, I didn't say Jewish No, I did not say Jewish. The neocon leadership was not Jewish.
Right. Most of it was. I mean, some of it was. Some of it isn't. But my point here is just that look, it's conspiratorial, first of all, to say that like Jews are in the media and therefore only ever do any. It's this duplicity, this like, oh, you can't be a loyal American if you're Jewish because you're only going to ever advocate for Israel. Which is just stupid.
I would say that with the media, okay, so right-wing media were generally very supportive of Israel. On the left, I would say the left, which even if you look at newspapers like the New York Times back then, it was always left of center. They were, I would say they kind of, there's a lot of, for example, using the term Judeo-Christian. I always thought it was kind of silly. Like, why do you have to put in the Judeo part? Like, that's okay. But, and I kind of see it as well. It's being welcoming of Jews. I do think that you had a more leftist, the media did have a bias of like making everybody, I guess, kind of believe that Jews are a part of the fabric of the country, which they are. But I'm not putting it into words very well, but I don't think it was, I would say it was more like natural bias as opposed to deliberately, as opposed to it being a conspiracy theory. And I would say like a lot of I only call it propaganda because it's meant to influence, but Israel is very open and very transparent about their fight to get their message across. They on camera were speaking to American influencers. You could see what they were saying to each other. They were allowed to record. It's not secret. They have military or service members that are working in those data centers or whatever, fighting back online. It's not a conspiracy. They're doing it openly and outright. So I don't know.
But Pepe, just to be fair, one of the reasons why I think it's that kind of stuck, that label of Judeo-Christian, is because Christianity is essentially a Jewish heresy. Like, it's one of the movements within Judaism that kind of became very, very powerful and strong. In the same way that Islam is much more like a Christian heresy than it has anything to do with Jewish tradition. So, I mean, I think on those grounds, I think that's why.
Well, no, I agree. I mean, obviously, you can't separate Judaism. I mean, Christianity from Judaism. I mean, it's literally, with the Old Testament and everything. But
even if you look at like George Washington and John Adams and some of their letters, I mean, those are replete with praises of the Jewish people. Like, look, Chaim Solomon was the person who funded George Washington's ability to actually turn around the Revolutionary War and beat the British. And he was never repaid for that, for his basically having bailed out George Washington. And so, yeah, if you go back, I mean, New Amsterdam, like one of the first synagogues in America, was founded, my God, before the founding of the country. I mean, so yes, Jews have been here since.
Well, yeah, they've been here before we were. Won our War of Independence. I mean, some of the first people here in America were up north in the new what is it, Dutch, and then you had the what do you call those people? Sephardic Jews that came in the south. So I mean, and they remained there. So I'm not. Obviously, Jews have been here, and that's why I didn't. That's why I said I agree that Jews were a part of the fabric of the country, because they literally were from its founding or its inception. So I'm not denying that part.
But I think like when people if you talk about like the young generation with their vitriol against Jews, that's very lowbrow, low IQ anti-Semitism. And you're saying like people might say this is an organic movement. That's what I question. I don't think it's organic.
I don't know.
I think it's
like
it's a phenomena of social media, and it's unfortunate. I mean,
I think it's a social contagion, but it's also there are people that are definitely there's obviously money that's being put behind a lot of this, especially to indoctrinate the left.
Absolutely.
I wish Buttercup wasn't such a coward.
But and of course I'm sure, as you know, like young boys are rebellious. It used to be like being punk rock and wearing stuff that was even seen as feminine was like fucking cool. So it was getting tattoos. Whereas now it's like, oh, that was like institutionally, that was the cool, the normal thing. And so you have all these kids who are like, fuck that, I'm not getting tattoos. I'm going to, just work out, be Christian, and fucking be racist as fuck. It's like...
Well, but like, when did you grow up? Did you grow up in the 90s? That's when I'm in my
90s, 40s.
Right?
I'm in my 40s. So
I'm 41, right? And for us, transgression, right? I guess against the, what you can consider today transgression. The problem with it is that it's transgressive to a point of self-detriment, right? Like, so if you're going to go out and as a kid, you're going to get involved with kids who are going to push you into this black box, this black hole, really, of anti-Semitism and hate for other people. They might get you to do stupid shit like form a swastika on a football field and put up on social media, and now you fucked yourself, right? Whereas transgression, when you and I were in the 90s, listening to Nirvana, maybe listening to Black, I don't know, whatever else, right? Like, but you weren't transgressing morality, or at least the kind of accepted norms of society, to be some fucking edgelord because you read shit online, right? There was actually, I would say, in the 90s, some kind of fencing in of the transgression. Now it's...
I can kind of agree, but I also think that it's
to their detriment. Really, it's going to fuck over a lot of people.
Yeah. It could, but I think that there's going to be exceptions made for a lot of these young people. Because if we look at, especially like those that are in their 20s and late teens now, I mean, they grew up through the Me Too era. They were with all of the anti-white bullshit, anti-male bullshit. They were basically the ones that were scapegoated and blamed for fucking everything and told how much they fucking suck. And yet these kids are especially fucking angry. And in a way, you can't blame them.
Did you hear the comments of Karp, of the CEO of he talked about this actually most recently in an interview with Andrew Sorkin, where he said, white men have been castigated. I mean, they've been treated really horribly by our society, and they're the last ones to ever get any empathy. I mean, this is not, I think this is something a lot of Jews can agree with, and I agree with it personally, that white males have been targeted with a lot of hate, really undeserved hate, and it's turning our society inside out. You can't isolate and castigate and put hatred on 50% of the population and expect it's not going to have some really bad turnout. I fucking agree with you 100% on that. But the problem is, if they internalize that and they put it out, and the energy they put into this is to then be super transgressive and F the Jews and all this other shit, they're only going to eventually hurt themselves. Instead of, like, Scott Galloway talks about this, instead of finding avenues to take that anger that they might feel and put it into actual constructive things, right? Because look, I can guarantee you, if you're a young white male and you're blaming Jews for everything, your life's just likely not to turn out well. It's just not.
Yeah, but it used to be like the woke leftists and shit that were saying all this stuff. Now it's like the right conservatives and shit. It's the Trump supporters that are like, I love Donald Trump and he's the greatest president on earth. But then in the same breath, they're like, yeah, these fucking kikes are taking over this secret cabal of like these Jews like orchestrating global events. And they're just low information fucking TikTok heathens is all they are.
Well, I would say this, somebody who's been like in far right circles for years.
No, I'm not saying they're far right. I'm not saying they're like all right people. Okay. I'm just saying like standard conservative, good blue-blooded fucking conservative Trump supporters.
Okay.
That's the amorphous.
Amazing. I wasn't talking about that.
It used to be just people like you and Nick Fuentes.
Amazing. So yeah, like being around, far right circles, even talking to some of the, people that were like maybe 19 or 20 a few years ago. I feel like even without intervention, a lot of it is a self-correcting issue. If you've ever been around a lot of the people that maybe hold like some of those really strong feelings, it's an environment where they all fight with each other and eat each other alive. And
Right.
they never, eventually you're just like, God damn, these people are worthless. And you can't get along with them. So you just kind of go, it makes you just kind of say, well, fuck this shit. I'm just gonna, it kind of makes you more moderate, which,
Yeah. Well, it will.
This has always been the case since I've been in those circles. They've never gotten along.
Right, because they have to eventually turn on each other, right? Like you're seeing this right now between Tim Pool and Candace Owens and other people in the right, I would not far right ecosphere, like online ecosphere, but like, yeah, I mean, it will always turn in on itself because the ideology itself is kind of hermetically sealed, and if anybody isn't perfect enough, there's this sort of idea that you go through all these litmus tests of who's perfect, and you just, the more you ratchet it up, the more you keep turning on each other and tearing each other down. That's how it eventually ends. I mean, this was also part of the Nazi movement. Like,
that's kind of how it spirals. Is it? They call it. There's a British sociologist. He calls it tribal signaling. So if I'm in a group that's like pro-white, and if I, it's kind of, if I say, well, fuck the niggers, it's kind of like, oh, I'm really pro-white. And then people ratchet it up to kind of show, how tribal they are. And yes, there's a lot of litmus tests and gatekeeping, and and that is a toxic environment. And of course, everybody, I would have to say, like, people who really get, the people who seem to get more like leadership or the people with the loudest microphones in those spaces tend to, I feel like it attracts a very specific, like, narcissistic and sociopathic personality. Sure. All of them, even like Nick Fuentes is no exception. He's somebody who has to be the master, and as soon as anybody gets large enough of an audience, he shits on you.
Right. And now he's turned on Tucker, right? He said Tucker's the fakest person he's ever met in his life. He says, he gives him really bad vibes, basically turned on Tucker, right? And if you want to, I don't know if you want to say Tucker mainstreamed him, but, gave him a very favorable interview, at least.
Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
Yeah, the homosexual raper.
I mean, but, and like Piers Morgan interviewed Nick Fuentes and
that was a failure, I think. I mean,
there's an argument to be made that by having relegated him to, like, and having, taken away his banking and done a lot of other things to him, you made him more powerful. I mean, that's not out of the realm of, like, possibility. It's not crazy to say that the way he was treated made him more powerful. Sure.
The thing is that the bad ideas, you need to allow them to flow.
Right.
Because that way they will be exposed for what they are.
Right.
But if you actually fight bad ideas, you end up making the person with the bad idea a victim. And that humanizes them, right? And so Nick Fuentes, in my opinion, he did not really represent a threat in, like, saying, oh, well, I hate the Jews or I hate the black people, whatever. It's like, well, you're free to do that, whatever. But once you victimize him, once you attack him politically and you prevent him from, you ban him, you don't let him travel, and then on top of that, you're trying to censor him.
Right.
You're actually making him a victim.
But he engages in the same stupid eliminate 50% of the electorate shit by saying women shouldn't vote, and by saying, women's only role in society is to give birth to children and stay in the kitchen. Like, it's such a losing strategy. If anybody in politics takes them serious, they're fucking stupid. You're eliminating 50% of the It's just as stupid as the white males are the devil, white people are the devil bullshit. You're eliminating
Sir, I think we're over
estimating him, and like we're giving him too much. We're giving him too much credit. I mean, you got to take into consideration he's Irish, Mexican, and Italian. It's like three of the worst fucking people on earth. Oh, God.
So it's all a problem of group identity, and that is what I would say that it's the woke right as well, because it's just exactly what the woke left is doing. That they group people by identity. Is like, all black people are like this and they should be protected like that.
Right.
All women are this. All Jews are that. All LGBTQ is just ridiculous. And the right is not realizing that they're doing exactly the same thing when they refer to all. Well, they do the same with all the Jews, all the Christians, all the groups. You cannot treat people like groups, because when you start making favors in the name of a group, then you start favoring people and disfavoring others, and so it's not fair. You will have some conflict.
We can't create like a monolith of like the French people and say that they're all cowardice.
Yeah, but for example, the thing with Nick and what makes him dangerous, I think, is that he actually makes good points when he brings statistics, and he brings facts to the table. The problem is that then his narrative goes as in like to blaming the whole group. And then people that listen to him, they are not looking at the facts that he is presenting, like, for example, I mean, it's undeniable, that, for example, when you see at the, the demographics, voting, like bad policy is being pushed by women. And when you see, for example, the crazy woke right, like a lot of these movements of group identity are being pushed by women as well. So yeah, he brings up like these facts, but then he is like, okay, so all women across the board, they're all to blame and they're all bad, and that's the reason why we should repeal the 19th Amendment.
This is why I told Pepe he needs to get into politics, because he's at least more. He at least explains.
No, I don't want to say in politics.
But it at least explains and delineates and differentiates between.
No, I don't think he does that.
He'll be like, the ghetto fucking blacks are fucking morons and they should all fucking die and be put in an oven.
Anyway,
and then he'll
differentiate. Before I was interrupted. Also, in the same way with the black people, it's like, well, like the numbers of people. I mean, like. Blacks are represented in X percentage, yet they are responsible for X percentage of crime. It's like, well, this means that there is a problem. It's like, okay, well, your diagnosis or your understanding of the diagnosis or of the illness is sort of there, but instead of like using that to really go and address the root of the problem, that might be culture, that might be education, that might be a lot of other things, you just go and arrive to the conclusion that all black people are crap, so therefore we need to, just get them send them to Africa and just populate everything with white people, which is, of course, a very wrong type of prescription, right? And so the people, the young kids, which are very impressionable, that listen to Nick, all they hear is, blacks are bad, women are bitches, and Jews are evil. And so yeah, he creates like this type of narrative that it's not useful.
He's a lot more nuanced than that.
Yeah, but hold on, Pepe. I was gonna jump in once she's done, real quick. I'm actually gonna help you, Pepe. Are you done, Issa, or no?
I'm gonna end up kicking you both.
I just want to ask Pepe a question. I was waiting patiently.
Not so patiently when you guys cannot control yourself.
No, he came off mic and I said, hey, Pepe, can I go next? That's all I'm saying. He was the one interrupting. Okay, Pepe, let me ask you a question. Do you differentiate between blacks and ghetto blacks? Do you differentiate between Jews and liberal cuck fucking Jews?
Well, I mean, Jews are rather similar to, I would say, the white population in terms of their differences.
Good whites and bad whites.
Blacks, yeah, there's obviously, they have a problematic population. Most are not criminal, but there's definitely the portion that are. But Nick Fuentes makes this distinction And I'll say this, being in the Groyper, group chats with all of them, and you'd also have to see how they interact around white nationalists and neo-Nazis. So they pick fights with neo-Nazis, make fun of them. When it comes to white nationalists, largely they do the same, but not nearly as severely as they mock and make fun of neo-Nazis. They are, believe it or not, still kind of driven by a Christian, somewhat of a Christian moral framework. So that's why you don't really hear them talk about violence or necessarily mistreating people. You could say like stripping women away of their voting rights, that kind of shit is wrong. Okay, fair enough. But they're not, I don't think that the Groypers would ever mistreat people necessarily just based on their identity. They're just very vocally criticize them.
First of all, they are violent. They talk about how at least Nick Fuentes does, is how you should apply the death penalty to Jews. He also talks about how you should do, how do you call it? Not jihad, but what is it called? The
crusade.
Yeah, no. There's a concept.
Holocaust.
Saint
Holy
War,
War.
something like that. What is it called?
Holy War. Crusade.
Holy War, thank you.
Holy War.
You should do Holy War when they are in power to everyone that is not a Christian. I mean, he is violent in his speech. Now, I do agree with you that they don't really represent a physical force because they are all faggots that are jerking off, like completely depleted from testosterone, jerking off in their parents' basement, all of them. So Groypers have always existed, and Groypers are actually capable of being very angry. They have always existed throughout history, but you know what they were used for? They were sent to war. And so you would just get rid of them like that. Like they didn't have families, they were incels, like they didn't have access to women or whatever, but because of their anger and because of their issues with society, you would send them to war and you got rid of them like that, and you got someone to defend your country. Now we have a problem because there are no wars, so we have them in society and they are having a big microphone.
But I think
these are Norman that are unadjusted males, that don't know how to socialize.
Norman, I think you're using like a lot of very broad generalizations. Now you can look at Nick, who I think is and all of us kind of believe this. I mean, and they invite us into their group chats. Yes, Nick is probably a homosexual, not an incel. My personal opinion, but you can't extrapolate what you see with him onto all of his followers. I do know many of these people. A lot of them are definitely not incels. They get a lot of attention from women. And no, I would not say that. And when it comes to being violent, no. I remember the clip you were talking about, and he wasn't talking about Jews in particular when he was talking about the Holy War and these people need the death penalty. He was talking about, disgusting people that are wealthy that think they're like above the law and they do disgusting shit, like kind of like Epstein, which a lot of people would say the same thing. They deserve the death penalty, so I don't really think it's that bad. But no, he doesn't advocate for violence. They make fun of the race warriors. We all make fun of the race warriors, the neo-Nazis, the people that they just have fucking shit for brains, and I don't know what they think they're advocating on our behalf, but they really they just make us look stupid and unstable. So
okay, let's see.
We need to eradicate Jewish stranglehold over the United States of America.
Oh yeah, he was not advocating for that, right?
All right,
he said stranglehold, but that's not a violent thing.
Can I let Norman know something? Norman, just control.
But ideas matter. Religion matters. We need Christians running America, not Jews. The word is getting out that we got to get rid of Jewish power in America.
It's talking about politically. I'm not talking about kill all the Jews.
Yeah, he's not. He's talking about political.
Pepe, I'm just trying to help.
Oh my God.
I've been trying to get in here for fucking 3 minutes.
I don't care, Vivian. I'm playing something.
Oh, yeah, okay.
stop it. They've censored, they've killed, canceled, blacklisted. But we are here to say that America is not a Jewish nation. America is a Christian nation.
All right, I agree with a lot of what he just said.
Kill yourself.
All right, don't step on my joke, Sam. There's Shake Highland right now.
Well, and it only makes sense. If Christ is the king of the world, then Christ must be king in America. Must be the king of America. Thing is, though, we're not going to. We're in a holy war, and I will tell you this. Because we're willing to die in the holy war, we will make them die in the holy war.
All right, so Norman, don't step on my joke, guys. Norman, I was just giving you a heads up before you come in the room and
I don't need you to get a heads up to anyone. I want Pepe to address why.
I was telling Norman that Issa was on her period and just be like,
I want to
bleeding.
for Pepe to address.
Yeah, so what he's saying is just like typical Christian nationalist
Oh,
talking
really?
points.
It's typical?
Yes, absolutely.
Are
Very
you saying
typical
that
Christian
that's not
nationalist.
fucking violence? That Nick is not a piece of shit?
I don't think I think what he said, he was making value judgments, and I don't think those were violent. What was violent
anybody
about what he
else in
said?
the room heard what I heard?
Talking about, Pepe? What the fuck are you?
yeah, I'm a Jew and I didn't feel anything wrong with
Crazy, bro. You're saying that's not violent rhetoric? You fucking.
that. That wasn't violent rhetoric. Can you show where it was?
He doesn't
Show me
want
on the
Jewish,
doll where it hurt you, Sam.
So what he's talking about is what Christian nationalists will often talk about, and that is the influence of Jews and Zionists in the media and politics. He doesn't want them having any influence over us. He wants American first, Christian, from a Christian worldview, that to be the dominant power
Pepe,
base.
are you familiar? Are you familiar with? Did you not hear him say that because they are willing to die in this war, they will win? Did you not hear that part?
Pepe, are you
Yeah, I
familiar?
did. I mean, if it came
Okay, so
down
that's
to
not
having a
violent.
war,
I'm willing to die in this conflict. It's not violent.
Pepe,
well,
are you
being
familiar?
willing to die for your faith, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
In a conflict,
dying
there's
for his
what's going
value.
on, Pepe.
He's willing to die for his value, Sam. What are you talking
Pepe, are you familiar with the
If
Mott and
there's
Bailey
death
fallacy?
going on, then there's violence going on. You
he's talking about a
fucking
political
retard.
movement
If
of
there's a fight in
Zionist
which
Jews.
you are dying. There is violence going on.
Jews
Stop
who
doing
won't be
retard.
media.
If
And
you're
he's
getting
saying that the
killed
holy
in a
war is
conflict,
against them.
It's a violent conflict. You stop
Daniel,
doing
he's
retard.
talking
What are you
about
doing,
Stop
Sam?
doing retards.
he's crashing out. He's fucking tism.
It's
Sam,
you can't stop
he's
fucking over
talking
me. Fucking
about the
louder than you
political-
because you won't stop fucking talking
He's
over me.
talking about the political war.
What the hell is happening? What are you guys doing?
I'm trying to explain to Sam real quick, and he's just crashing out.
I
was
want
saying
to
it's-
not be interrupted, Issa.
No, you were.
The reason
You
why
were
I get
just
louder is because they fucking talk over me like fucking lunatics.
Yeah, Vivian, shut up, dude.
I changed my name. It's not Vivian.
Anyway, the general point that I'm getting you understand is if he's talking about, we're willing to die for this. We're gonna die in this cause. It's talking about violent conflict. So obviously he's talking about violence against Jews. You fucking retards.
He's literally saying, if we are willing to die in this, we're gonna make them die.
Create an echo chamber.
I think what's happened
He's talking about a political war. He's literally talking about the fucking global
how
elites
do you
that
know
can
it's
orchestrate
political,
global
Vivian?
events and run fucking legacy media. He's not talking about a physical war. He's not saying go out and kill all the Jews and we'll die a bloody war. He's saying that he's willing to stand for his fucking ideology and what he believes in, and he's willing to die for it.
That is what he's saying.
Fucking sounds pretty patriotic, you know?
But it's
Very normal for Christian nationalists. I'm not
Of
saying
course it is. I mean, it was normal for the founding fathers, Pepe.
and I'm not saying I agree.
Brian, go ahead.
I think he's misframing the argument. I think he sees it as he's fallen into the identity politics trap of the left, the postmodernists, and instead of viewing it as, I think, which is the appropriate framing, which is the, let's say, pro-Western Enlightenment versus the anti-Western Enlightenment, the physicalists, the realists versus the mystics. So you have different forms of mysticism, whether it's religion, whether it's postmodernism, whether it's collectivism in some distorted form. He's basically
taking a slice. He's framing it the wrong way. So he's looking at it through this identity politics lens, just from the right side of that lens, instead of viewing it accurately and seeing that these postmodernists, these people who are framing this cultural Marxism, he's misframing the argument.
Yeah, but all of us understand what he means.
It's easy to understand once you see that he's doing it wrong. But the point is, he's doing it wrong. He's basically
but I think the people that he's speaking to, Ryan, understand what he's saying.
He's using the same identity politics tactics. It's just from the right side.
Could it be that he's looking at the history and that he's seeing that Jews have been the tip of the spear of this postmodernism?
Yeah, that's what's being said. And, all of his fandom and all the people that, are his viewership, they all understand that. They're not saying, oh, go kill all the Jews and all the filthy kikes.
Yeah, and that's what...
They're talking about lefty, fucking progressive, liberal fucking, cucks.
That's why okay, so that's why when I hear this stuff, it is stuff I've heard so commonly among Christian
Nick Fuentes.
God damn!
She asked a question.
When it comes to Christian nationalists, and I'm not a Christian nationalist. I've always thought they were kind of stupid and very regressive. But to me, hearing it is. I know what they're implying. I just don't take it. I don't take it as them wanting an actual physical fucking war. It's just not.
It doesn't matter what you feel about it. It matters what his followers feel about it. When he is saying if we're willing to die on a holy war, we're going to make them die in a holy war, it could also be physical. So don't expect for everyone to just believe that these are just words. These are calls for violence.
No, his followers know.
But he clarifies all the time that he's not calling for
violence. His followers are very aware of him and what he advocates.
Well, yeah,
he
tells his followers.
That is call for violence. And
So if he clarifies to his followers.
I'm tired of you. I already told you, and I'm done with you. So I told you, I don't even know what I was talking about. I hate the fucking interruptions. No, I'm not bringing you up again.
All he has to, I think Issa's right. I think what's happening is Issa is saying that there are people who are at the head of the movement who don't have to go out and specifically say, I want you on this day to commit violence against this person for this reason. All you have to do is say things like, we're in a war and this is getting, to that tipping point and all this type of rhetoric, and you will have some small percentage of wackos on the left and the right who will take action. They will try to assassinate people. They will try to attack people. They will try to commit violence because they think they're hearing something that may not be explicitly said, but is certainly included in the rhetoric.
But that's the rhetorical.
The rhetorical. If you want, you can bring Rich up. I'm not bringing him up because
the specific rhetorical device is called the Mott and Bailey fallacy, right? Because this is well known. This is usually what people like Nick Fuentes, who are very good rhetoricians, whether you want to admit it or not, he's good at what he does, right? But one of the most fundamental things he does is called Mott and Bailey. You basically will posit some non-offensive sort of viewpoint, but behind that you actually do want the very violent upheavals. You want to tear it down. Like Nick Fuentes wants to see America rot. I mean, if you don't think that, you're not listening closely. But he will sort of go on an interview with Tucker Carlson and sort of be given the opportunity to launder in these more appropriate views by talking about whatever bullshit Carlson asked him, because Carlson never really asked him anything of substance, never pushed back on the fact that he said Stalin is one of his favorite people. But so, okay, you get these interviews, and I mean, nobody has really ever pushed him hard on, except for maybe Piers Morgan. But again, this is the device that's used. You talk in one way, very kind of around the issue, and it's not too, we need to reduce influence of foreign agents in our government, and we need to do that. You're kind of on the margins getting around it, but then behind closed doors, as we've seen, he'll say the shit out loud. No, we need to murder Jews.
Do we apply that to other people like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton?
The left does it too. I'm not saying it's only him, but yeah, the left does it too.
What Butternut is throwing down in the audience. She's saying, like Donald Trump does the same thing. He calls for violence. Then we get January 6th.
I think
even though he's saying go and give him hell, and you're, if you
I don't agree with that.
Go and give him hell, or fight, and you're like, that means like
there's quite a gulf between Trump and Fuentes.
And this is the reason why.
I mean, I'm a Trump supporter, but I see the similarity.
This is the reason why the BBC is now in trouble, and he is suing them for almost $1 billion because they misrepresented what he said.
Yeah, like you're the one that make Fuentes right now.
6.
May I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I literally just got into the room like 5 minutes ago, so I don't know what was discussed prior. But
is Nick Fuentes calling for violence?
Right, I got that part. So there's a difference between saying somebody is inciting violence in illegal terms. I know that in America, incitement to violence when it comes to legally speaking is very, very specifically defined.
Yeah, call to action.
Yeah, so if we want to talk legally, yes, there is a lot of nuance. I don't know whether it crosses that threshold necessarily. I'm not a legal expert. I have no idea, and I haven't followed him closely enough to know every single quote.
I was playing a clip where he was saying, if we are willing to die in holy war, we're going to make them die on the holy war. And he was talking about the Jews. Yeah.
Yes, correct. So that part I know. Obviously, you know what I think of that.
It's hyperbolic language.
No, the thing is, okay, look, with people like that, we can even say Hitler, okay, the most extreme example of a modern
or Hashem.
We can say that a lot of times the leaders of these movements, right, that are very outspoken and very eloquent and charming and have a big following are not the ones actually getting their hands dirty. Okay, they're the ones speaking, giving speeches, inciting violence, riling people up, oftentimes to an audience that is already extremely radicalized, extremely violent, and so he is not the one necessarily in the fight. But he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly whom he's addressing and whom he's speaking to. And to now pretend that that's not the case because maybe it doesn't, fall into the category of legal incitement to violence, we can't pretend that it's not actual incitement to violence. We can't pretend that he doesn't know what he's doing. He's he's extremely intelligent.
He did it explicitly.
Even though he's an idiot, he's an asshole, he's extremely intelligent. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he knows exactly how to say things, not to get in potential legal trouble, but to rile his following up to then take action.
Okay, so on December 8th, 2023, he explicitly said during the live stream that when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty, straight up, talking about the Jews. So
but who specifically is he talking about, Andre?
The Jews.
No, he's not talking about the Jews.
He wasn't talking about the Jews.
He's not. He's talking about the liberal elite Jews.
No, he's talking about the ones that do. No, he's talking about the ones like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, the liberal elites. That's what I'm talking about.
But this is okay. So let's.
He's talking about specifically the perfidious Jews. He calls them.
Yeah, the Larry Finks of the world, the Jeffrey Epsteins, the fucking.
So let's break it down.
What's his name? The senator, Bernie Sanders.
Which feature is he concentrating?
So he wants to
the progressive cuts.
Concentrating on the liberal quality of those people? No,
he's talking about the global elites,
liberal Jews and liberal Slavs and liberal Germans. He's saying liberal Jews. He specifically.
Yeah, but Andre, he's very clearly. Hold on. He very clearly says, Andre.
He identifies Jews.
I know, but you're missing the part where he tells. And I don't even like Nick Fuentes. You got to be defending this guy.
He just interrupts too much.
Samuel, shut the fuck up, bro. All I'm trying to say, Andre, he very clearly says that he's not talking about all Jews. That's the point.
So
he said the same thing about blacks. He
so
says
I think it's pretty
So
clear.
because
at
it's
this
a
point. Anyway,
subset of
I literally
Okay,
hate
let's
that point.
leave Fuentes to tell us.
There is an
Yeah.
occult
Anyway.
element
Wait, I would really need
at
to
the
know.
high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews. So many of the people that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty.
Yeah, he's talking about the liberal elites.
And
No, he didn't. Do you want
He's
to
literally talking about the ones that are in power.
Everybody shut the fuck up.
He's saying the ones in power.
Everybody shut the fuck up. Please move him to the audience if he interrupts
there
again.
is an occult
Move him to the audience now.
there is an occult element at the high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard everything he said.
So
It
many
made my
people
point.
that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty.
I agree.
Thank you for playing
Yeah,
that.
he's talking about the coastal elite.
I'm far more concerned about that than I am about even not white people in the
whole practice group.
dealing with demons, engaging in this whole practice of people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing Christianity. They must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. This is God's country. This is Jesus' country. It's not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country.
So question, Ellie.
He literally
let's
He
just say.
literally said the global elites, the ones
so
that
let's
run the
just
world.
say
He literally
he's
says,
talking
all I want.
He's not talking about Sam Rosen on Clubhouse. He's talking about
May I
Sanders
address
and
that?
He literally says, all I want is revenge against my son, a total Aryan.
yeah, like the Larry Finks, the Rothschilds.
A total Aryan victory and revenge.
All those
So
stuff.
because he's talking.
He owns
about
BlackRock,
running
Vanguard, and
the
State
group,
Street, $25 trillion in holding.
So because he's only talking about it.
He has money.
He's a
You want
Jew
to
that
compete with
runs.
money?
He's a Jew.
Go ahead, Hava.
Thank you. So because he's talking, let's just say only about a subgroup of a minority, which is the Jews. So he's only talking about the elite, or only talking about a specific percentage of them or a certain group within that group. It makes it okay. That's basically what you're saying.
Yes.
Justifying it. Okay, there you go.
And I'm a Jew, and I hate Nick Fuentes, and I agree.
So it's genocide.
Of specific people in a group.
So it's
Wait, Norman, was it genocide?
Wait,
Hava, I have a question. Genuine question. I'm not even gonna troll. So hold on, Hava. Do you think that it was
genocide is specific?
Norman? Shut the
No, I
fuck
don't want to do an
up.
Norm, you're in the Matrix. Nobody can
You're in the
hear
Matrix.
you.
Nobody can hear you. Your fucking Obama's phone's not working. Hava.
You're in the Matrix.
Oh my God. Is it a genocide to wipe out Hamas? Is it a genocide to wipe out the Nazis? He's not saying to kill all the Germans. He's just saying specific elite group of fucking Germans who were orchestrating fucking World War II. Was it a genocide, or
I think he's
is it
addressing it. I
terrible
can
like
speak for
Hitler and all the
myself.
Nazis?
So what you're doing
He's
right
equating
now.
the global elites in the United States
What you're doing
who
right
happen to
now.
be Jews.
Okay,
What
you
you're
asked the
doing right
question and you have to
Yeah,
shut up
I know. I
and
was trying to give
answer.
clarification about who
You're
specifically.
putting the Nazis and Hamas on the same place
Yes.
as the so-called elite.
No, not elites. The ones that are, he claims. Okay, Norman, hold on. You're still in the Matrix, bro. I'm talking about specifically what he's claiming, and I'm just not being disingenuous to what he's saying. I can't stand the fucking piece of shit. He's a fucking cuck faggot. But the thing is, like, he's specifically talking about the Larry Finks of the world. He's talking about the Bernie Sanders. He's talking about the Rothschilds. He's talking about the people that run the fucking bank financiers and the loan
Who are they?
people and shit like that. Fucking Larry Fink, $25 trillion in holding.
Who are
The
they?
Rothschilds. The fucking global elites that he's claiming.
You
hold
were
on, he's
assuming.
He's claiming. I'm not making the claim. Oh my God, I'm not being disingenuous. I'm not being a dishonest interlocutor.
Because we heard.
I'm quoting the man accurately.
You are
You're straw
reading
manning.
between the lines.
You're straw manning what the man's saying.
You're reading
I don't even like the
between
guy.
lines.
He's a fucking cop faggot.
You're saying that we heard the clip. He never said we need to give the death penalty to the Rothschilds. He said to
that's
Jews.
what's in
We need to annihilate them.
When he's talking about the global elites, when he's talking about the ones that are orchestrating all the fucking attacks on Christians and Christianity and wanting this leftist progressive ideology in the United States that's inculcating into the fucking federal government, where these people are pushing this bullshit. And that's what he's saying.
What he's saying, right?
Yeah, I'm just not being disingenuous.
What you're saying. You keep qualifying what you're saying by saying, I don't even like the guy. He's a fucking F-word. Yeah, okay.
But I'm not going to lie on it.
You know, but at the end of the day, you agree with what he's saying. So it doesn't.
No, I don't agree with him.
So you don't agree with him?
No.
So what are you doing? You're defending what he's saying?
No, I just think Larry Fink's a very successful businessman. Do I think that Larry Fink puts his fucking thumb on the fucking
Vivian,
lever
really
when he
stop, and you need to.
Do I think that Larry Fink puts?
Not all the conversation.
Oh my God, dude! You don't let me get a word in.
Move him down.
Do I think that a person like Larry Fink puts his thumb on the fucking scale? Yes. Is he a fucking piece of shit? Yes. Do I think he's orchestrating all global events and assisting Kabbalah fucking Jews orchestrating global events? No. That's what he's claiming. That's what Nick Fuentes claims.
Okay, Andre, go ahead.
Yeah, just really quickly, Chava, I think the issue is that he's isolating Jews out of all the liberals. And this is where it becomes the Jews the focal point of his attack, and not only the liberals. Because if he was against, as Vivian is claiming, against all the liberals, there is no need to say liberals, Jews. But when he's identifying Jews as a subclass of the liberals, and those are the people who are worthy of death penalty, he's making that the focal point of his argument.
Fully agree.
All right, Pepe, do you think that Nick Fuentes is saying all Jews, or do you think he's talking about the global elites?
He said that the forget the word that he used. That
he has a word
like
for
the esoteric, people who believe in false God, and he was saying yes, a lot of them are Jews, but he was obviously talking about that specific group, the people who do really nasty shit.
Yeah, like we would say the Nazis. We wouldn't say all Germans. We would say those specific assholes who were in control of the government at the time.
No, but Andrew made a good point. If he was actually against the liberals, he would say the liberals. He wouldn't have the need to actually highlight the Jews.
Yeah, but a lot of them are Jews. That's the point. They're overrepresented in government. That's his point.
Okay, so those that are overrepresented in government now deserve the death penalty. Like you make no.
If they're trying to push, if they're trying to build, what he's claiming is that they're trying to push for like the one world government and a renter society, an elimination of all fucking religious ideologies, and this like very liberal, progressive, authoritarian fucking regime push is what they want by 2030. It's literally called the Great Reset.
I got one last clip.
When it comes to the Jews, here's a silver lining. It tends to go from 0 to 60. Like, they're not wrong about that. But there's a reason for that. And the reason is them, okay? When it comes to the Jews, every society where shit has gone down with these people, it always goes from 0 to 60. It never starts with burning all the Talmuds in Paris, okay? It never starts that way. But frequently, it seems to end that way, and it gets there very rapidly. Doesn't start there, but it frequently ends there. But I would say that the Jews had better start being nice to people like us, because what comes out of this is going to be a lot uglier and a lot worse for them than anything that's being said on this show or has been said on this show. In spite of the fact that I have been bullied by the Jews and I have been oppressed and slandered and lied about and attacked by the Jews, I have been completely precise, for the most part, and even-handed and nuanced about my view about the situation. And I'm also a Christian, which is going to matter. Because it could be a lot worse, I'm going to say, than this show. And what's going to come out of this could be, like I said, it could be a lot uglier than what we say on the show. I know that there are other people that are going to push farther than that once this conversation really starts. And the Jews are going to look at people like me in America first and say, damn, I miss when it was just that funny guy. And we pushed so hard and then this and that because history has shown that once this train gets going.
What is this supposed to be, a threat?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, he's telling the liberal elites to
No,
cut out their
that's
fucking...
literally. That's
He's not
He's
talking
telling
to
the liberal Jews
That's
to
the-
cut out their fucking shenanigans.
So
He's a genocidal maniac.
No, he's...
I mean, he's basically giving.
He should be hung
He's
upside
giving
down
a
and
warning
beaten
to
with
global elite Jews.
So I would say this.
Well, we've got a warning for him.
What I'm hearing is, it's hard to even say it's a threat. It's more like a warning. He's not entirely incorrect. Things would go from 0 to 60, and then Jews would be on the chopping block.
Yeah.
We all know
What are these
that was
things?
true.
You thought, what things are we talking about?
You don't even know who the fuck Larry Fink is. How are you going to ask this dumbass question?
What's there? Shut
You
the
said,
fuck up.
who's
You're an
Larry
asshole.
Fink?
What's
Who's
shut up?
Larry Fink,
What's
you
that?
ass? You
Shut the
fucking
fuck
retard.
up.
This is why
Shut
you're
up,
fucking...
you worm.
This is why you're
cares
fucking
so
a
much
fucking
about
Pulitzer
these
Prize
Jews
nominee
that
and not a winner.
Stop.
What things are they talking about?
Wait, so he cares
You
so
belong
much.
on a stage.
He cares so much about these Jews that he's describing, that he's warning us. That is so kind of him. Thank you for the warning, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, he's talking
I
about the
really
global
appreciate
elites that are going to cause
Thank
the
you for
So what
demise.
things go from 0 to 60?
Yeah, he's saying that if we don't stop
Shut up,
fucking
Rich.
global
You should be
elite
kicked out of
Jews,
this room.
who he's
What goes
claiming...
from 0
I
to
need
60?
what kinds of
Trying to
things?
answer his
I mean,
dumbass.
it can be.
Yeah, what goes from 0 to 60?
Sure.
You asked the question,
With
I'm
the
trying
violence, God
Shut
damn
up.
it, Rich. What goes from 0 to 60? The people that persecute Jews.
That's what he said? So where did it go from 0 to 60?
I mean, what is the meme? 109 countries, like over 1,000 times.
You couldn't name 109 countries. This is nonsense. So they didn't go from 0 to 60.
Okay, the point of the video was not the 0 to 60. The point of the video is that he's saying, all of you will have to be nice to us because it's going to get much worse than anything we have said in this show. That is the point of the video.
Yeah, and he's even saying, and that's also, in my opinion, an incitement to violence, because people know how to read between the lines. Because people know how to read between the lines. And he's saying there will be people that, unlike me, are not going to just talk, but take it a step further. Okay? That's, to me, an indirect.
Get with me on this. I'm gonna call you and Kim and I did a whole show on this last Thursday. How the fuck do you say that you own a liquor company? And I literally put in the chat, you can't be nowhere affiliated with that shit as a felon. And then he gonna say, is it my girlfriend's name? Then you don't fucking own it, you stupid ass. I only call people stupid when they say stupid things, and that was fucking stupid. Then you're gonna come on Clubhouse and tell your illegal business. Son of a bitch. I hope his girlfriend gets pregnant for a white man and keeps all his fucking money just for being stupid.
I don't think anybody is arguing that. I don't think anybody is arguing that you're able to get grants. You were able to get grants under the Biden administration, but I have a. You've been able to get grants under the last four presidents. What's going on here? Right. I'm not arguing that. That like grants, there are always some types of grants. And whoever in office is president, there are always some types of grants. My question was a little strange one that I seen where they the labor of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they stopped. He ordered them to stop publishing the job numbers. Like I didn't understand. Like what was that all about?
The job numbers, the labor numbers, or the employment numbers, and GDP. Because he's full of shit.
Right, the numbers for the amount of jobs for the quarter that was being audited, like if you will. Like he said, stop publishing the job numbers. I'm just like, I've never seen the president do that. Like say, don't publish the job numbers.
Yeah, President Xi in China. But back to the grant thing. To just say that if your paperwork is ordered, like some of these grants have particular funding, like there are stringent deadlines, there are all sorts of things. Lots of people get declined for grants. They even have grant writers that people hire. Now, legally, they're not supposed to take a portion of the grant as payment, but we know that people do. Yeah, I love grants. I think that people should talk about them. TC actually got a grant during Biden's administration for being part of a marginalized group. I'm not revealing any information he hasn't said multiple times in IGB on stage. I wish he would talk about that more because some of those federal grants are actually quite difficult to obtain. Because think about it, everybody, well, not everybody, but most people and their mama are applying for them. But to get up here and say, oh, you just have to have your paperwork in order. Oh, that's not it. Jesus.
That's why he ran, because you were going to dissect.
I know his ass ran. I'm glad his ass has learned to run because I don't feel like hollering. I already feel my blood pressure going up. Get up here and say that dumb shit. And please don't put things in your girlfriend's name and then you're gonna talk about I own it. Can you at least not be married to that person or you want to put shit in somebody else's name?
I mean, listen, if people want to be degenerate, you gotta let them be that.
I was being nice, First Lady. I didn't even say anything.
I know, but just the mere fact that you came off of Mike and tried to help him, you know, he's got what's that stuff called?
Homophobia?
PTSD. PTSD. He just gets triggered.
PTSD from having a conversation with a normal person?
No, he's usually an IGB and he gets protected. Lou protects him all the time. So, hell no, that's why his ass ran. But anyway, I'm just making a comment. But shout out to him and him and his girl.
Lying.
But to Magnus' point,
but some people live in a reality world that is not quite reality. And what he explained is it's working out for me. It's working out for you because you can get away with illegal stuff. Maybe that's what he's saying.
He didn't actually say anything.
He did say something. He said that he still got his liquor license. Well, he got his school, whatever it is. But he didn't have to put that information out there. I guess what he's saying is the money that he has invested, he uses it through his girlfriend. No?
His girlfriend was the most unbelievable part, actually.
But you know, we like them bunnies of snow as well. I'm going on mute.
But it's just the point of these MAGA people trying to say that there's more funding under Donald Trump than there is under Biden. there was a plethora of funding available under Biden, like a ton of funding. More Black women left corporate to start their own jobs. There were the highest number of LLC applications, not necessarily just LLC, but people creating entities to go into entrepreneurship. Like, Biden's numbers are just really astounding when you think about the fact that we were in a COVID environment. Like, Biden's numbers will be hard to beat in terms of job creation. He was the only president to have positive job growth every single year of his administration. Like, and it was not all COVID jobs that were coming back. He had the CHIPS Act. He invested in infrastructure. Like, Biden did a hell of a lot. The city of Houston had leftover COVID funds, and they decided to do a small UBI project for a small number of women that applied for it that were, I want to say it was just women that applied for it. So there was so much money floating around during Biden's term. It just can't compare to the restrictions that we're seeing with funding actually being pulled during the Trump administration. So that in itself, I disagree with.
So I missed a lot tonight. Hey, Don, they say that some people.
They say I'm hopeless.
They say some milkshakes bring the people to the yard. I'm just saying, Don, you've been on this app for quite some time, and I have never seen you approach this stage. So I'm grateful whatever brought you here tonight, that you are here, brother. You were gonna say something, Mr. Dunn?
Yeah, I remember you from what is that room? White Are Us. How did they have that title all the time?
Let's stay focused.
Okay, all right. Okay. No, I was asking a question. Didn't Trump take some funding away from like some of those jobs within the healthcare field recently? Like a nurse practitioner or something like that. Like he didn't take it away completely. Like he took the amount, what Congress did, took the amount of money down that you can qualify for those.
Professional degree from it.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody help me out. Like, what was up with that?
He hates women and minorities getting educations and making decent money to take care of them and their families. That's the Republicans for you. They think that if women don't have as much easy access to education, then they're going to find these non-existent men to pay all the bills and stay at home and watch Oprah and eat bonbons and vacuum their mattresses with $2,000 Kirby vacuums that the door-to-door salesperson comes, and you're such a good stay-at-home mom and you're bored, so you have this person come in and do a 3-hour demonstration and get a Kirby vacuum cleaner because he tells you you're being a bad mom because you don't,
This sounds personal.
It does. I'm sorry. I'm just having a flashback. Woo! Yes, I let a perfect stranger in a tie with a big box of Tide come into my home for 4 hours and convince me to buy a Kirby vacuum cleaner, which, by the way, I never figured out how to use those fucking attachments, and it's now at the Goodwill. But I found the attachments 8 years later. Just saying.
Kirby vacuum cleaners, as a matter of fact, a long time ago.
Oh, God.
You're not far from the truth, hon. You are not far from the truth because
the flashbacks.
Project 2025, they want you to be married, little unit, little family, no single mothers, no people LGBTQIA adopting children. Under Project 2025, they want you all in the house having them babies. Well, the white ladies get in the house and have the babies, okay? And everybody else just marry the men. It don't matter which ones you get. Just get in with one.
That's right, April. And yes, good housewives. You're supposed to be vacuuming. Did y'all know that we're supposed to be vacuuming our mattresses because they show you the stuff that accumulates in your mattress? So I started crying because I was pregnant and I thought that I was being a bad mom because all the little mites were running around. On the mattresses. So fuck Republicans. Yeah. What you said.
Happy Clubhouse birthday to you, my dear.
Thank
happy
you.
Clubhouse birthday.
Thank
Your
you.
children are still doing good. They grew up with dust mites and all.
Amen. And then you rushed out and got those rubbery ass pillows.
God, not that. Not that. Not the mattress protectors and all that shit. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm oversharing. Somebody's going to throw this in my face in like 5 days. But anywho.
Oh, no. It'll be 2 days, dear. No.
2
We're on
days,
the
right.
accelerated schedule. Well, my senators, if anybody cares, my stupid Republican senators, Murkowski and Sullivan, voted with the Democrats and 2 other Republicans to save the health care subsidy, whatever the hell, extension. But it's too little too late. And I'm really mad at them. I'm not really mad because they've been doing what Republicans do. They've let Trump them, and now they're back at home trying to say, look, I voted to try to save this, when they did nothing this entire time or his last administration to save any health care, to make any plans. And I'm just tired of them.
Wasn't somebody sharing good news about Indiana earlier? I think there was Matt in the chat, something about Indiana, but I don't remember.
Yeah, Indiana was one of them. No. Go ahead. Miami the other day, Indiana. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, did we answer your question, Dunn? That's why they're doing that. But no, Indiana. But what happened in Indiana? I don't remember, but it was something.
Somebody won, yeah, or the numbers was something, because he came up, he actually started talking about it.
They
that's
a lot of the gerrymandering.
Okay.
Yay, Dems. That's good.
A win is a win. A win is a win at this point. From my hometown. I can't believe I'm still working. I'm tired. Anyway, I heard I missed a lot. I'm sure I'll hear it on the replays.
I learned what oh shit, I forgot the name already. A tray from the hood. I don't know. What is it called, y'all? A passing game tray?
A counter
double tray. 5 tray. What is it called again?
Counter tray.
Counter tray. I guess I didn't learn what it is from this lady.
I heard that conversation before I left.
I'm surprised y'all let it go as long as y'all did.
What you mean? We let the spirit flow.
Yeah. No, I just figured, I mean, it was kind of long and drawn out. So.
When the men are speaking, we're not supposed to jump in. There's some good submissive women over here in politically.
Yeah, I remember that day we were talking basketball for like 4 hours. Y'all didn't shut it down, so I shouldn't be surprised.
We were off doing other things to let you guys have your conversations.
Is that really the key to a happy man? Is like a big ass TV and a man cave so we can just yell and argue sports?
Mickey, this is the perfect. This comes up with the perfect marriage, because when your husband gets entranced by the television and sports or whatever it is, golf, basketball, who cares, football, you can go up and say things to them, and it never registers. And so when you bring home a new pony or something, whatever it is you want, you can say, honey, remember I told you about this when the Bills were playing. And then they don't have an answer because they remember some, like Charlie Brown teacher noise in their ear. So they agreed to the pony. So it's okay. That's how that works out. At least that's how I've operated. Let me just say that.
That's a lot of game from that happily married woman. Shout out to that April. Thank you.
But to be fair, you got as many female NFL fanatics those women, boy, they love them some NFL, man. You see them. They are just as passionate about the game as some men.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but First Lady's about to holler. I'm so sorry, First Lady. What were you saying?
No, go ahead. The man was almost finished. I just wanted to know if the mic was it audible? Hello? Go ahead. Finish up. Done.
That you have female fanatics for football. There you have those females. They're just as passionate, man. If not more passionate than some dude.
With a dude, get to watch TV all day. It's fun. You dudes, cool. Way to go for me. Screaming and yelling. Get to watch TV. He sits in front of the TV and it's cool with me. I love it because it works out. Well, I'm a masculine female anyway, so a dude in my life works out fantastic. Ain't nobody arguing about nothing. It's real good.
I ain't never met a man I couldn't argue with.
True. He ain't arguing. We chilling and both watching the NFL, right?
I'll find some way to make you argue.
Y'all probably argue about who got to take out the trash.
Listen, girl, listen. I will argue.
Now, we do argue about who cooking, because I shows the hell I ain't going to do that. I'll tell somebody real quick, make me cook, you'll be flying right up out of my face to DFW airport. I ain't finna cook a damn thing. I can't help you with that. But I'll buy whatever the hell you want, a steak, chicken, whatever. Yeah, but I sure ain't finna cook it. You got $400, go find something to eat.
She can bring home the bacon, but she sure in the hell ain't frying it up in the pan. That's what Ashton trying to tell you.
Boring. You might as well watch cricket to walk around.
Reform, you asked the question, is that what men want? You know, to just have their football and, you know, I think they want and need balance. And it's all a matter of knowing when to give in. And I think men need to learn the same for women. You know what I mean? So
they just want their space, and if football turns people off and gets them away from them, then that's it. They just want the space. Leave them alone.
Yeah, I think it's hard to generalize. Like, I just noticed it with a lot of my homies. Like, I don't know, just as far as like what we look for or how we operate in relationships it's entirely different. I mean, I've seen it, you know, with a few different friends. So you can't. I don't know that it's fair to say, you know, it works across the board.
Yeah, my sister's generation, I guess, like the millennials, because they used to play video games too. And like my ex-husband used to play them, so I would go and pre-order what was that damn game? NBA 2K every year. And then the other one was the wrestling game when it came out. And, you know, I never minded if he was in there, you know, playing video games, and we have 3 boys, so I never got like the, you know, grown man playing video games. I'm like, they're home. Like, you know, you can go in there and touch them, and, you know, like it's okay to me, because I know some people that just like to go to the strip club or go shoot pool or go whatever. Like, I've never had an issue with that. So yeah, I agree, First Lady, because sometimes women have book clubs or, you know, like church work, or not to say that men don't, but, you know, like the girls' night, I think, is very important. So it's, you know, guys' night is important. So yeah, I've never understood that. If you're at home and you're just doing your thing, no matter what that is, then I don't really see a problem with that. I think that is a
I thought that was cute. You said just touch them. I thought that was kind of cute.
Well, you know how women are. You just like to touch your man, you know, just like, hey, babe, and just touch him and kiss him and, you know, just do a muscle squeeze or something. I know I'm not the only one. Y'all know how we are. We just
hop on that leg
just like,
and hop off.
Yeah, just, you know, put the leg over y'all's, just even
Mama April, you putting that caboose on your man.
Touch ya.
I could never be in a marriage where he couldn't do what he wanted to and I couldn't do what I wanted to. That would drive me crazy. Absolutely crazy. I wasn't put here to look after anybody but my children. I know where they are. That's enough. And yes, who was that? Omari? How do you think I got children, sir?
All right, April's a white cog. You better ask somebody.
April said, choo choo. I ain't mad at you, Sister April. So what's up, First Lady? How was the recital? Welcome back.
it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful.
You missed a 3-hour conversation about
tray counters.
I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, man, it was we were doing some X's and O's and shit. We had MAGA, who was like the John Madden, and you had this other guy named Mister, who was more like I don't know, more like the Michigan coach.
I think that's disrespectful to call MAGA John Madden.
Yeah, he was John Madden up there, man. He was. I think he could have won. I think like the way
slow, bro. How old was that coach from Michigan that got fired?
In his 30s.
39. How old was the girl?
They were saying
early to mid 30s.
Yeah, she was an adult. It was two different stories she was an employee.
She's like 36.
I mean, they were close in age, so that's like, but still, you know, he grabbed a knife. I mean, the real problem was he's gonna kill himself over this shit. Instead of just taking the L, he was gonna kill himself.
But so you say that story just ain't right. There's something right about that.
Wait, yeah, give me that part of the story more. You was gonna come himself?
Apparently, he went to another woman's house. They said that he was stalking her. That doesn't add up, but that's where he actually had the problem with pulling out a knife and saying that he was going to hurt her and himself.
It was another woman, not the one that he had the affair with.
Exactly. That's what T reported. Tiandria.
Yeah, that's what's been reported, that it was a third party. And it also came out that the wife and the side chick were following each other on Instagram during the time of this alleged affair.
Is the wife black?
No.
Okay.
All parties involved are of the bunny of color.
He liked to play in the snow.
The bunny of non-color. How you like that?
Well, in this situation, if he wanted to play in the snow, he would be dead right now. No sister would.
Man, that's what Reform said, and we was like, nah, man, black women ain't that violent.
It's not about being violent. That's when I knew that Tiger's wife was with the shits. Because remember how she came after his ass with that that golf club, and he ran that car into that tree? Because she was beating on that car, and she fucked his ass up. I said, woo! I said, Ellen was whooping your ass, Tiger.
Isn't Tiger smashing Don Jr.'s wife, ex-wife?
Yeah, he is.
That's crazy.
Now, y'all know, not to bring this back, but talking about athletes who do dumb things, I'm just going to call this coach an athlete. Remember when those recordings came out? Hi, hey, it's Tiger. Can you not call me at night because my wife, she was asking who was on the phone. Okay, I'll talk to you later. It's Tiger. Bye.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then that one chick that was literally, I can't even get this out.
The one chick, 9, yo. You can't call it 9.
But the one chick that literally lived like in the trailer park. Like, can you imagine Tiger Woods going in the trailer park?
Wait, you smashed a chick in the trailer park for real?
He was smashing yes, one of the women was in the trailer park. One of them was like the worker at at one of the casinos in Las Vegas. You don't remember how one of those women came out and said that he just talked, like when she was watching football, he had this fascination with black men because he'd be like, oh, you're just watching them because they're big and black and they're muscular. Nobody remembers that? Bro, that shit was funny as hell. I was like, damn, Tiger.
Project Boys, Colin Ferguson came out with a AI thing for schools. It's going to be released in Maryland for kids to help with writing and reading. So if you can look at that if you want.
Didn't Tiger's daddy cheat too on his mama? No? I thought they said he did.
How is that guy streaming this room again? Oh my goodness.
Which guy? AI music?
Yeah.
He streams every room.
That's that motherfucker. What was his name before?
Starts with a D. Is it start with a D? No, Edmund.
No, it was not Hanoi.
He had different names, but his real name, his
John Kitover.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, First Lady.
yeah, but that's his admin. He does the Instagram rooms, and he's a true weirdo. He's the ultimate weirdo of weirdos. There's weirdos, and then there's admin weirdos.
All right. Well, we do not consent to being recorded. Kit Glover.
I told you, you gotta
play.
play.
If the federal government is listening, you need to make sure he's on every fucking list there is.
No, you gotta play music.
He needs to be on every watch list there is.
And you gotta play music for over a minute, because if it's under a minute,
Yeah, play music. Play like the Eagles or something. They're highly protected, or whatever.
Play Kanye.
Oh, well, yeah. Can we do that? Because I think that shit is weird that this person does that. Like, I don't know. That just gives me the creepy.
We had him blocked.
Kitover sold me drugs.
Well, in 1 hour and 10 minutes, Nas and DJ Premier album drops. So you can play that.
How do you
release party.
Reformed? How do you pick up on
I
it?
thought he was blocked. MAGA put it in the chat. We can ask. I think he just does it on YouTube. So MAGA said that the only people that really ever look at it is when Clubhouse people give attention. You know, like, because the numbers, like, sometimes they don't even have any viewers. I think the heyday of streaming Clubhouse rooms is done, but, you know, it's just weird that he's doing it, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
Go to the dark side and stream their stuff. It's Jesus.
Oh yeah, the dark side's far more entertaining.
Otherwise, if they keep recording, you got Nas and you got Conway.
Man, he might really get some views if he go to the dark side. Yeah. Because that's where the content is. This ain't no content. Ain't no content here.
Not even. There's the guy who killed that dude off a Clubhouse. They're interviewing him right now in a room.
What?
Yeah, there was a guy from like one of those like gangbanger rooms
in Alabama.
This was like 2 years ago.
Oh, I don't go in there. They scary as shit, bro.
Gangbanger room, and it was on Clubhouse. It was like 2 years ago. These two were going at it in LA. They were like these LA guys.
LA.
They're like, I don't know if you guys.
I don't remember LA.
It's LA. It was LA.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys know who like Whack 100 is, but it's like people connected to his room. It's like
San Bruno.
LA stuff, right?
Yeah.
Long story short, they're interviewing this guy, and he's just like talking about his time is in prison.
Oh wow.
It's so crazy. They should go record that room. That's real interesting.
That's bananas.
Wait, you saying the person on Clubhouse that killed somebody is being interviewed right now?
Yeah. It's in a room. I just read about it. It's a secret to my friend.
Is that person convicted or?
Yeah, he's in prison.
Oh, okay.
He's on the phone with someone, and they're like recording it in the Clubhouse.
Well, Sly, what you'll find out is there's a lot of people who do not come from those communities that are like very, very, very infatuated and interested in that community. They're like really interested in it, the culture, the lifestyle, and they're like, it's like a high for them. They wanna know everything about it, yet they have no connection whatsoever to the community.
Oh no, but that guy was like a mod. He was a mod. This dude was like modding rooms, and I guess somebody, whoever, they got into it. This guy pulled up to his house, and then he shot that guy at his house. We don't have stand your ground laws in California. Like, nigga, you going to jail. So that's why he's locked up. Dude, somebody can be robbing your house in California. You cannot shoot them. So, yeah. You can only imagine what happened because of Clubhouse.
Even if they come, even if they come in your house armed, you don't have a right to defend yourself in that instance.
You can't kill them.
But that ain't because of Clubhouse, though.
That's not true, bro. That's not true at all.
When you say because of Clubhouse, it's wild.
It is because of Clubhouse. They were beefing on Clubhouse. That guy pulled up to his house because of Clubhouse, and he got killed over Clubhouse.
Well, think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. They could have met anywhere and started their beef. They started social media. It was in that room. They could have started on Instagram.
It started in that room, is what I'm telling you. This guy was a mod. The beef started in the room. They took it off the room into real life.
I understand that, but I mean, like, when you say that, it's as if you're blaming Clubhouse. Like, that's where the beef started. Okay, cool. But you say it like, I mean, yeah, that's where the beef started. It's not because of Clubhouse. Yeah, it's not because of Clubhouse. Like, you know.
Bro,
yeah.
Clubhouse makes people show their ass. Yes, it is.
It's not the
Clubhouse
gun.
makes
It
motherfuckers
wasn't
be
the
showing
gun.
their
It
ass
was
on
the
this fucking
person.
app, talking crazy.
Bro.
People, there's so many people that would not talk to you the way that they talk to you on this app in person. I'm telling you.
You have a point. You have a point. You have a point. Your point is valid. I mean, I've gotten upset at some folks, absolutely. But to take it to the next level and cause physical harm.
Say it again?
Brother, what was you saying?
Maybe
I got muted. Yeah, I got muted. So.
But I was trying to say, excuse me, y'all think that every quote unquote banging space is the dark side. It's different levels to this. You have the dark side, you have trenches, you have the Birmingham. Y'all not gonna blend everybody into one because that's not what it is.
Everybody's showing their ass on Clubhouse.
Everybody's not gonna talk at the same time. Everybody's not gonna talk at the same time. I don't know if sobriety is the issue.
Showing your ass, just like I said, prime example.
Yeah, and you talking while I'm talking, so you can talk in the goo. The fuck? So there hasn't been a single murder on the dark side. I don't know. So y'all gotta be specific. Where they be killing is over there in fucking Birmingham. Let's be clear. But be specific with what you're talking about. Because if you say the name 3 times, it's like Beetlejuice. They're gonna pull up over here.
Is that a space, Penny? Birmingham?
You don't know them Alabama fools? They got like
I really
bodies.
This is like the only room I come in, really.
Okay, yeah, no. So that's why I keep trying to tell y'all, stop throwing everything on the dark side because you don't know what the dark side is. Again, you have the dark side, you have trenches, you have 100 ENT, you got them Birmingham. You better be specific when you start saying shit. What I was trying to say. That's why I don't know what was going on with my mic. I know y'all old and be on your own side of Clubhouse. But you just don't want to start shit.
You're old. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yo, bro.
Bitch, I be on the dark side. Shut your stupid ass up, ho. Bitch. I'm dark side adjacent, bitch. So shut up. You talking about showing your ass? I'll show it in real life. Shut up. I'm trying to help you out.
Cursing at you like that? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I'm trying to keep shit separate. I'm trying to keep it real clean and understood. Because it's always a messy motherfucker in the goo ready to go back and say the wrong fucking thing. That's what's wrong with some of y'all. You run your mouth too much. You talk too fucking much. So I'm trying to get it real clear. Ain't nobody on the dark side died from no homicide from Clubhouse. You talking about something else.
They might have got beat up, but not died.
Correct. So don't come over here with that shit. That's what I was trying to say in an amicable way. But this raggedy ass, cavity filled asshole just want to run her fucking dick suckers. Talking about people want to show their ass.
Wait,
no big people.
Women fly as a girl?
I don't know,
Dude.
boy or girl. It might have been a dude.
It was a
But
dude.
what I will say, okay. But what I will say,
I never said the dark side.
You did.
Sophie, no, I didn't. I said room.
Well, you gonna wait till I'm done. How about that side? Hey. Y'all said the dark side a few times. I didn't make that up. On the 3rd time, I was like, all right, that's enough. Y'all gonna stop that now. Anyway, Whatever you're talking about, you need to put the correct name on it. Thank you. Now you can bring that tranny up here so he can talk.
No.
Yeah, to be fair, Penny, I didn't hear him say dark side. He did mention WAC 100 room. He was the one that brought the conversation, sis. He did. I never heard him say that. I'm just being honest. He said WAC 100
So
room.
nobody on this stage mentioned dark side. I made that up.
No, I'm saying the guy who actually brought
Okay,
it.
excuse me. No, pause. So none, because it was a conversation, right?
Yeah,
it wasn't talking
you
to
weren't
itself.
listening, and that was my problem.
I don't know which
No, I think I said there's the dark side when we were speaking of the guy that's streaming. You're still weird, by the way, you weird streaming weirdo. I said, why don't you do the dark side or the trenches or another room? That's what I said. And then somebody said,
I said the dark
he
side
would make more money.
That's what I thank you.
Whatever.
I know I heard the dark side mentioned at least 3 times. Because I remember thinking, all right, that's the 3rd time. I gotta say something. Don't mention them. Leave them where the fuck they are. Because if they come over here, I can't help you niggas. Are we understood?
Roger that, Captain.
I don't even know why we arguing about it. Do y'all want to be in fucking danger?
No, ma'am.
What is wrong with y'all?
That's a fact.
Be quiet, Omari.
He can't help it.
If they come, we turn it on Omari over.
No, because they will pull up to your front door. Let me tell you something.
Not you gonna sacrifice Omari.
Well, then should we stop
Hey,
talking
you gonna
about
sacrifice
them?
Omari? What's going on?
To your mama house, okay? They will pull the fuck up. Like, this ain't where they have debates and good understanding and, well, what I think is that very short fuse. So just stop. That's what I was trying to tell y'all before. And I get it was lighthearted, but do you know how much shit will be lighthearted? It's always a miscommunication. And these are some of the people that don't have no understanding. Okay? And I know because I fuck with them. So when somebody is trying to help y'all out and you want to fight to be ignorant, I have no problem cussing y'all out. I don't even have my big mic, but I can go get that bitch. It's nothing to me. I promise you, it's light work.
Hey, what is the big mic, by the way, Penny? Is it just the plug-in headphones?
No, it's more to it than that. But what I'm saying is, my heart was to just be specific in what you're talking about and just move on. Just move on. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, not to drag it out. I think it was just mentioned because they were saying, like, oh, that's content. Like, it's actually entertaining. This shit is boring.
No, I mean, the political rooms, we used to bang like crazy. Remember when we were season 1, season 2, season 3, we would argue against Tommy Sotomayor, against Bro, Weird Ass. Where's some of the
Tommy and Pink Pill.
Pink Pill was never in the damn political rooms.
Oh, her and Tommy got beef, like real life beef for like the last 6+ years.
No, I mean when we would go against the white supremacists on the app and we would just like go at it for hours.
That's when Marshall was over there.
Marshall was with us, and then what happened was, I'm going to say this. Marshall was with us, because remember Kalisha was one of the first people that could create a house on the app, and it was called True Debates or Healthy